Here we go. All right. Party people in the place to be. What's good? It's the number one chief rock in Knicks universe. Your main man, Uncle Freezie. What's good? What's good? What's good? Welcome to the Knicks at Night podcast. Y'all want this party started right. Y'all want this party started quickly. Right? What's good, y'all? What's good? What's good? Let me set it off with with the call sign, Blue Tears, Orange Tears, Blorange Tears. What's good, y'all? LI Sound One in the building. Hey, yo. Alright. Man-child in the building. What's good? What's good, man-child? Felipe 210. What's good? It's good to see you, brother. What's good? What's good? Out there in the Midwest, out there west. David L is in the building. Man, hey, my apologies for being late, but I got calls from, or I had like 2 or 4, maybe 4 long telephone conversations. Hoodie Kev, talk about the Mets, of course. You know what I'm saying? And some others. B-Baller for real is in the building, man. It's good to see y'all, man. Microphone check. Microphone checker. Just making sure the audio is coming in reasonably decent. Illmatics, what's good, bro? What's good, bro? Yeah, man. I got some stuff that I want to talk about with y'all, but it's not about me. So I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna maybe start here with the team playoff comparisons for the night, and I think we're gonna have a few people come through and hang out with us. Have a few people come in and hang out with us, man, and we'll chop it up and everything. I'm trying to figure out a way to get the best quality for the intro to come up. I'll figure something out. Yeah, I'll figure something out, man. I'll get it back to kind of what we're used to. You know what I'm saying? But for right now, we're just going to put one foot in front of the other. How y'all doing out there, man? Y'all doing all right tonight? Y'all feeling good? The hip-hop legend called Mega is in the building. Almighty Finesse was good. Was good. So what y'all want to do? Y'all want to have a peaceful journey tonight? Y'all just want to cruise, be laid back, or y'all want to, you know what I'm saying, get into it. It's up to y'all, man. I'm either way on it, right? Because I got the graphic up showing. So either way y'all want to go with it, man. I'm good, man. Either way. Manchild said, let's get this party started right. Y'all want this party started right. Y'all want this party started quickly, right? Let's go. Let's go. Y'all know what it is. Let's set it off then. B-Baller for real says, I want to talk about how you think Zion is on his way this summer. How I think Zion is on his... Zion? No, man, I ain't... No. You ain't getting me in that trap. You ain't getting me in that trap, bro. Nah, man. Nah, you ain't ready to get me. No. You ain't ready to draw me in that trap, bro. Of talking about Zion, man. Yeah, I said from the Midwest. Zion is from South Carolina. Zion is from South Carolina. As a matter of fact, to make y'all laugh, Zion and I are related, cousins. That's what I'm told. I've never met him. I've never met him, and I hadn't seen his pops in a long time. Paris Duggar is in the building? Paris Duggar, what are you doing up this late at night? Paris Duggar is okay. I see you. I hear in these streets. And Manchild says, "What do you think about Isaiah Roby?" I don't know. I don't know what to think about Isaiah Roby. I don't know, man. Can y'all give me y'all feedback on Isaiah Roby? Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Duggar says that RJ versus Obi tape was hilarious today when you use RJ's full year stats to sell he's playing good enough to play, shoot well enough to play over Obi. I don't know what to say about that. I'll just let that rock. Long Island Sound 1 is in the building. LI1 says, I'm in full playoff mode like we should be. Let's start there tonight. Bim. That's what I was thinking too. Man. So I got the team comparisons up on the joint. I got the team comparisons up. Let me see. Hold on. I think my man is backstage. All right. Let me do this really quick so we can do. Yeah. Dre, what's good, boss?
I'm chilling. What up to the chat? What up, Freezie? How you doing?
Man, I'm good. How's my audio? Is my audio clear to you?
You good? You good for right now? I think the issue is probably the bit rate, not necessarily what piece of audio equipment that you're using.
Oh, okay.
It's not your audio equipment. It's OBS that you have to fix something in there.
Okay, yeah, because I was looking at these new microphones, bro. I ain't even gonna lie to you.
Yeah, nah, it's not your mic.
Okay.
It's definitely not your mic. It's OBS. So it's a few settings you might have to tweak.
Okay.
But other than that, you good, Freezie.
Okay. Hey, thank you for all the generous contribution, Paris Duggar. Paris Duggar says RJ is a bad match against Cleveland rim protection. Bem. Yeah, I could see some. I could see that. I can see some of that. I see that with Paris Duggar. Paris Duggar, I see where you're going with that. Right. Dre, let me ask. I got a season preview thing up. Let me see if I can. I want to put it on the screen with us. Let me see if I can put it on the screen with us. So that we can kind of chop it up a little bit. profile. And
1 second.
So it should show in a second, y'all. Just be patient with me as I. Okay. It should be showing up in a split second. I'll put the video thing back up so that we can check it out. Adam is in the building. Yo, Adam, what's good, man? Adam, get your energy up. Adam, what's going on? Yeah, Adam, get that energy up, man. What's going on? Okay, so I have the team matchups here for the playoffs on the screen. I'm gonna try to freeze it right here in this first one.
Got you.
Right?
Yeah.
All right, so everybody, this is okay. Dre, let me say this. Yo, Soulfinger is in the building. Soulfinger. I got a thing that I want to say about the playoffs. It's going to be a shocker, but I want to keep it a buck.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Knicks can sweep the Cavs.
I won't say that, Freezie.
No. That's.
Oh, they can? Okay.
All right. So what I'm saying to you is I think the Knicks can. Now I'm not saying everybody that come on the channel thinks that. This is
right.
only my opinion.
It's the Chief Rockers' opinion.
Yeah, this is just my opinion. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion, right? Is what I'm getting at. But what I will say is I think the Knicks can sweep the Cavs. And where I think the sweep starts is what you see on the screen. Right? You see Jalen Brunson and Darius Garland. I think Jalen Brunson is going to win each one of the matchups. I think Darius Garland, who's a fantastic NBA guard, by the way, a fantastic NBA guard, right? I think Jalen Brunson right now is just playing at a high level, at a megastar level right now.
I'll say this one thing, Freezie. When you bring up their guards, like their guard rotation in terms of minutes, Raul Neal is not going to play, so is Miles McBride. But I feel like Emmanuel Quickly's entitled to more minutes per night than Ricky Rubio, so they'll be relying on Darius Garland and Donovan Mitchell to get 40 minutes out of them every game.
Right. And
they're going to try to buy like 4 minutes every half out of them
right.
of the bench.
Yep.
Whereas we would alternate and Quickly would play 13, 14 minutes every half at minimum.
Right.
And then close out. So
let me. I got you on the strategic part of it. I wanted to break it down a little bit. Like I wanted to do in depth instead of the overview part, just so that I can get into the next couple of slides because I have a couple more after this one, right? Where I think Garland and Mitchell will play 40 minutes. I think they will also stagger, like what Dre said, that 8-minute stretch. I think what they're going to do is run Donovan Mitchell at point guard and have Karis LeVert be the 2 with this set. Right? I think Karis LeVert will be the 2 with this set. And so, let me bring in Adam real quick. good, boss man?
What's good, Freeze? Joey, what's good?
I'm chilling. I'm chilling.
What up, Adam? What up, Adam? How you
Not
doing?
much. Yeah, I'm good. Y'all ready for the play-in?
Yeah, we're talking. Well, not the play-in. We're talking about our matchup with Cleveland right now.
All right.
Right.
I was before I got in. My bad, Adam, but I think at worst you'll see not necessarily Donovan Mitchell on point, but you'll see Ricky Rubio come along and initiate a lot of their offense for those 4 to 5 minute stretches.
Okay.
And we're forgetting Okoro, which he can be your small forward or shooting guard, depending on the alignments that they have out there.
Right.
But they're going to be running a lot of smaller guard lineups a ton of the time.
Yeah. Yeah, I got that, but I have a slide after this one. I was going to speak to all those things you mentioned.
Okay, right.
But like Okoro at the 2, 3, and 4 with matchups with Chetty Osman and Dean Wade. There are some things. I'm going to get to that, but what I wanted to speak to is this one particular thing, right? And it's the Knicks bench guards versus the Cavs bench guards. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, what I'm getting at is even though Darius Garland is gonna is an all-star caliber guard, right? He's an all-star caliber guard, right?
Right.
That's not guaranteeing that when he's on the floor, he's gonna have a major impact, right? Because
he may not look like an all-star caliber guard for long stretches.
Right, but the thing is it's cut and dried is this. If Donovan Mitchell and Darius Garland look like all-star caliber guards at the same time, we're going to lose. Period.
Mm-hmm.
Period. Because if Jalen Brunson looks like an all-star caliber guard, we know Quentin Grimes has not shown that he can play consistently on the level of a Darius Garland and Donovan Mitchell. Maybe down the road, maybe next year, and maybe going forward. And maybe this is the period that he breaks out and does that. But you can't be naive enough to go in and say Grimes is just as good as Donovan Mitchell. That's ridiculous, right? So if you get Garland and Mitchell playing at their best levels, I don't see the Knicks winning that game, right? And if they do that for the series, I don't see the Knicks winning the series. But here's the thing. I just expect Garland and Mitchell to pick their game up a little bit, and I think the Knicks can still overcome that. Even with them playing good, I think the Knicks can still sweep Cleveland. But if they play out of their mind, if it's 50 points in a game, Donovan Mitchell, and Darius Garland is playing elite level basketball, I don't see. There was a series where Donovan Mitchell was going for 45 and 50 every night, and Jamal Murray had to match that just for the Nuggets to stay competitive.
Right.
Yeah, remember that?
Yeah. And the bubble.
Yeah. He had to score 50 a game just to stay competitive with them, right? So the point that I'm making though is Garland and Donovan Mitchell, if they ever go to the bench, if one of them goes to the bench, I like the Emmanuel Quickly matchup versus whoever they bring in, whoever it is, whoever that person is. When you look at our guard depth versus their guard depth, it's not even a question. And the thing about it is surprisingly, I'm at a point where I think Miles McBride is better than other teams' fourth point guard or fourth guard. I finally got to that point where I'm confident saying that. Let me bring my guy in. Where's my guy at? My guy, he's supposed to be here. He's running late. Let me bring my man in. What's good, boss?
What's good? What's good? Peace, salute.
What's good, Mo? What's Keith? What's good, Corey?
What's good? What's good, Adam?
Yeah.
Not much. You ready for playing, Corey?
Playing. Hey, let's stay on topic, bro. We were talking about the Knicks Cavs preview. We talking about the Knicks Cavs preview, right? And what I'm saying, what I said before you got here, I don't know if you saw it or not, but I believe that the Knicks can have the ability to sweep the Cleveland Cavaliers 4-0.
It's possible.
It's possible, and I was on the verge of breaking down why. But let me do the super chats real quick. CS Hoops is in the building. Thank you for your generous contribution. We appreciate that, CS Hoops. CS Hoops says, grateful for life, Knicks and Freezie, Knicks in 6. Appreciate that, bro. We appreciate the support, man. We out here trying to grow, doing a whole bunch of things. We have the stuff in the swag store. Adam, I don't know if you saw it, but I'm going to show it to you in a split second. And Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Duggar says, Grimes, IQ, and Hart will play on Garland's level. Interesting. I don't know what to say to that, but I want to speak to some of that, but I don't want to do it at this juncture. There's something I want to break down. But Adam, you see this? Can you see the screen?
Yeah, I do.
You see the new swag in the swag store?
Oh yeah.
The no ham sandwiches hoodie?
Yeah.
You see it with the squirrel? You see the hamster?
Yeah, I saw it. I was laughing.
Yeah, you see the
Zero
hamster?
ham sandwiches.
Yeah.
The little hamster.
Yeah, the hamster. I'm working with some guys to make the hamster, the logo for the ham sandwiches thing. You know what I'm saying? Listen, I didn't want to do a pig. So I chose a hamster. You see that one on the t-shirt, no ham sandwiches? Bim. We definitely getting that. We trying to get that for the playoffs. That right there. I don't know if I'll be able to get the hoodie one, but Miss Mocha and myself are definitely getting the no ham sandwiches joint. There is one with a ham sandwich struck out in it. I think it may be playing a little slower. Let me see. There it is. Can you see it? No ham dope. Sandwiches. Yeah, man.
That's dope, Freeze.
Yeah, man. Let me. I'm gonna resize that. Put that back where it is. And also to everybody listening, we have the newsletter up and running. So the newsletter, click on the link in the description box, so that you can sign up for the newsletter. It's free. Doesn't cost a thing to have Blorange Tears, the Blorange Tears newsletter delivered to your mailbox whenever Nev and I have it available. We're going to put them out there. More info from Blorange Tears. Them. Yo, we got somebody backstage. Let me see who we got backstage. Backstage. Listen. How you doing? Fine. Okay, them. Here we go. Bim, what's good, boss man?
What's good, soul finger?
What's happening, fellas? What's going down?
Hey, man.
Good to see you back.
Yeah,
man.
good to see you, boss. I was just talking about the playoff matchup with the Cavs and how I think the Knicks have the potential to sweep the Cavs. Now, do I think it's likely to occur? I'm going to say it depends on a certain thing if the Knicks can exploit. If the Knicks can exploit a certain thing, I think the Knicks can sweep the Cavs. And this is with or without Randle appearing early in the series, right? What I'm alluding to is the Cleveland Cavaliers' lack of depth of impact players, right?
Yeah.
Because basically what it boils down to is Garland, Mitchell, and Allen. If you can mitigate the impact of two or three of those players, then I think the Knicks can win this series in 4. And I think, and furthermore, I think you can get this result even with Evan Mobley, Dean Wade, Karis LeVert all contributing what they normally contribute. I'm gonna pull this off the screen a little bit here, and then so that we can chop it up. All right, Dre. So I wanted to get to what it is that you said that you were mentioning earlier about the flexibility of Okoro, LeVert, Dean Wade, Evan Mobley, and those guys based on what they normally show you on a night-to-night basis in the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just interested. What do you think is? How do you predict the series playing out?
It's hard to say because I feel like this might be giving away like my true feelings about the series, but I feel like it's dependent on the matchup of production between RJ Barrett and Karis LeVert.
Okay.
I think all things equal, I think we'll play each other to a stalemate. Those are the X factors. If RJ outproduces Karis LeVert, we should have no issues winning in like 5 or 6.
Okay.
But if Karis LeVert, we know what he's capable of, but he's never had the consistency in his career.
Right.
And I don't believe he's ever been in a high-level situation like this where he's depended upon for reliable minutes as like the third perimeter scoring option.
Right.
And I feel like normally I would say it would be between IQ and Karis LeVert in that scenario.
Okay.
Because IQ is the third best perimeter option when we're speaking about the Knicks.
Okay.
But I feel like there's a certain level of explosiveness that Donovan Mitchell can reach to. And for us to overcome that level of explosiveness at his peak is when we're getting contributions from everyone. Our third and fourth guys have to chip in, which is basically how we beat them in Cleveland the last time.
Right.
Where he was raging hot on fire and we still staved them off.
Right.
So what I think is our third option or fourth option, and RJ Barrett is ultimately going to be the X factor. If he hits his three, even at a 35, 37, 36, 37% clip,
right,
I find it very hard for Cleveland to beat us. Like very, very hard for them to beat us. Because I'm going to put it plainly, depending on how the refs call it, if Randle is Randle and he puts any one of those bigs in foul trouble, it's curtains for them because their big man depth is
slim,
non-existent.
Right.
Like, who they gonna put out there? Robin Lopez, bro? Like,
right.
No, it's not gonna work. Not with the rejuvenated Hartenstein, not with Mitch Robinson. And I think our brand of physicality, their coach said themselves, we're going to play physical. So he's already bracing them for the kind of basketball we play.
Right. Right.
So it's going to come down, ultimately it's going to come down to, like we say, we talk about how our depth from the perimeter is better, our guard depth is better. I really do think our forward depth is going to be the reason we win.
Okay.
We're going to be dominating on the boards, per usual. We might put their bigs in foul trouble, and there's a steep fall off from their backup bigs to their starters.
Yeah.
A very steep fall off.
Yeah. Like if Jarrett Allen is in foul trouble, you'll see Mobley, maybe
at the 5. And you saw what happened when Mobley was at the 5.
Right, right. And so what I think their first move is, their first counter is Robin Lopez off the bench and leave Mobley at the 4, because we saw Evan Mobley at the 5 is not it yet.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
He's too light.
Right.
And Robin Lopez is too old.
Yeah.
We saw Hartenstein playing horse out there, basically.
Yeah.
just
Dre, not horse. Come on.
Yeah.
Not horse.
yeah, man. Sophing is one of them things. I think people that call these games, the prognosticators that call the game, all they see is Donovan Mitchell versus against a historically bad team. What they don't see is Donovan Mitchell versus Emmanuel Quickley, a very good NBA perimeter defender, or Donovan Mitchell versus Quentin Grimes, a very capable NBA defender. They don't see that part.
Don't get it twisted too, Freezie. We saw that last game. It wasn't either of those guys that slowed down Donovan Mitchell. It was actually Hart, which is surprising.
Right.
Because he usually struggles with quick, explosive guards on the perimeter.
Right.
But he was blowing up all those screens. He was drawing offensive fouls by giving extra effort on those screens. He wasn't even allowing Mobley to set his screen the way he wanted to.
Right.
The way he wasn't allowing Donovan Mitchell to set up the screen and roll the way he wanted to. And he was the guy that actually slowed him down, because we're keeping it all the way 100. Donovan Mitchell was cooking Grimes. And granted, Grimes played a lot of tough defense, and Donovan Mitchell was hitting tough contested shots. But I feel like Hart figured out a way to slow up his timing. Because for a lot of these NBA guys, the high-end guys, high-level guys,
right,
they train on taking contested shots.
Okay.
But they don't train on the stop and start and getting out of their rhythm. So like if you're gonna be contested, like he wasn't really putting Donovan Mitchell out of his comfort zone.
Okay.
Like he wasn't altering his timing, he wasn't making him think. He was playing like it was like he was playing press defense.
Right.
But the guy was getting a free break anyway, and he was just trailing the play.
Right.
But it was contested defense. Like he put his hand up there, but when you're dealing with somebody that's all NBA caliber, you need a little bit more than that.
Right.
You need a little bit more physicality than that. And I feel like Hart brought that for that game, and I feel like Grimes will up his level of intensity and physicality.
You gotta put your hands
on guys like that.
Josh Hart's a physical defender, bro. I'm not even gonna lie. But all the times that I've seen Grimes is the most physical defender on our roster.
I'm not even disagreeing with you, Freezie. I'm on a one-on-one basis, he's probably the most physical, but in terms of like fighting over screens,
right,
Hart might like physically throw a little bit more into it than Grimes might, because he's just a bigger player and he's older.
Right.
So I feel like Grimes may actually pick up his physicality, and you know they're gonna swallow the whistle in the playoffs at times and points of the game.
Right.
So there's going to be times where he can use that physicality that he does have, Freezie, but it's also like a reputation thing.
Right.
He has to build a rep, and then he has to be consistent with that rep. And the playoffs is the time you actually build your rep.
Yeah, right, no doubt.
So from now until next year, or if we go to another round in the playoffs, this is where he builds his rep across the league as a known defender.
Okay.
You build your reps in the regular season. You make your name in the playoffs.
Right.
If he has some good outings, shutting down Donovan Mitchell, making Donovan Mitchell work for everything he scores. Because you know for a fact, and not even to slight Donovan Mitchell, that there have been times in the playoffs, even when he scores a lot, he's known to throw up an 8 for 25 here and there.
Yeah. Everybody, you know what? Every star is gonna have that. Like when I have the GOAT conversation, with NBA fans, they think that Michael Jordan and every game was 15 for 25. Every game. No, Michael Jordan threw out clunkers also. I saw Michael Jordan throw out clunkers in the Garden being guarded by John Starks. Right? It happens.
Wait. Michael Jordan missed shots?
No, of course he didn't. That's why he got his own shoe.
Oh.
Man, you know, you walk on water, can't get wet, bro.
Yeah.
I didn't know that, man. Wait. He never lost. He lost in the playoffs to Shaq? This happened?
Yeah, of course.
Wow.
Hey, you know, there was a time there was a rookie that was by the name of played with Phoenix, but later went to Dallas and got him a ring by the name of Michael Finley. Gave Jordan Fix a game, and it was one of those clunker games Jordan had.
Right. Right.
Like you said, everybody has a clunker game every now and again.
Right.
Like I said, the sun will shine on a dog's backside every now and again.
Right. Right. It happens with everybody. So when it happens to Donovan Mitchell, I don't necessarily what's the word I'm looking for? I don't overreact when it happens to Donovan Mitchell or Ja Morant or Steph Curry or Kyrie Irving or whoever it happens to, wherever it occurs. What I will say, however, is
and I will. My bad, Freezie. I was going to say I agree with what Paris Duggar said in the chat. He said, "Hey Dre, have you taken into consideration that Grimes wore down Donovan Mitchell so Hart could finish him off in the fourth quarter?" Yeah, that is very true.
Yeah,
because there's a significant amount of energy you have to exert trying to score on Grimes.
Yeah,
even if you do.
Right.
And when he slowed down, the game got completely out of hand for them.
Right.
But yeah, go ahead. My bad, Freezie.
No doubt. Ultimately, what I'm getting at with that is when that superstar player has a bad game, the next time they play, man, you better watch out.
Oh yeah.
You better.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because you know what is coming, right? It's like I saw the Charlotte Hornets beat the Chicago Bulls in the playoffs, and Charlotte's point guard was a dude named B.J. Armstrong.
B.J. Armstrong, yeah.
And B.J. Armstrong got off and talked that noise to Chicago. And man, the next time Chicago got on the floor with Charlotte, I to this day I still don't know if Charlotte has ever beaten Chicago again.
Man, but hey, you know they had to go to counseling after that one, Freeze.
Yes.
Hey, Freezie, I could give you an example of that happened last year in the finals. After Game 3, Steph had a so-so game.
Right.
And then Game 4, it was curtains after that.
Yeah.
He could not miss. Not in the first half of that game.
Not miss. Right. So what I'm saying, like the point that I'm getting at with the Cleveland backcourt is I know Garland is a great player. Garland is going to get his 20 and 11 against us. But what I'm stating is it an impactful 2011? Right? Is it a down the stretch 20 and 11? Mm-hmm. Or is it within the flow of the game, running your offense, trade, basket for basket, blah blah blah, boom boom boom, like what it seems?
You talking about is it those high leverage momentum shifting 20 and 11?
Yeah.
Like the kinds where it's like Chris Paul comes down and he has probably 18 points and 12 assists, but it's the key points of the game where he puts his imprint on the game.
Right. When he
keep the game in control.
When he finds Dean Wade in the corner wide open for three. Mm-hmm. And you're like, as soon as you see the pass go over there, you know he's gonna make it.
Deflated.
Yep. Is he gonna have those type of impactful players? Or plays. Mm-hmm. Those are the type of plays that I'm questioning Darius Garland right now, but at the same time, the Knicks defense does not provide comfort for you at this point? Right? Are you comfortable with the Knicks defense right now? Right? Heading into we just gave up 137 points to the Indiana Pacers, and they're terrible.
I feel more confident now because we're going against a team where their starting lineup only got but 2 high volume 3-point shooters.
Okay.
And that's pretty much easier for us, I guess, their starting lineup because we love to help off the weak side. We know you love to show help on the nail.
Right.
And Mobley's not going to be a threat to kill us from 3.
Right.
And if Okoro's out here shooting 3s, and even though Okoro's shooting a nice percentage, he's not shooting high volume from 3.
Right.
You can live with him shooting it. You can live with him taking that 3.
Yeah, he's shooting, I think, near 40%, but he only takes 3-4 shots a game from 3. But that. So it's one of those things where you can live with that, and it's probably the reason why the Cavs have a sub 500 record against teams above 500.
Right.
But their record against teams below 500 is astounding because they have those 2 trees back there.
Right.
But when you're going against good basketball teams, you're also running against teams that can score even on good defense.
Right, and teams that can adjust in game too.
Right. So like when we talk about these things, their defense suffocates the teams that aren't necessarily the greatest, and their offense isn't necessarily the greatest either.
Okay.
Because they have a 2-pronged attack basically.
Right.
It's Garland and Donovan Mitchell, and sometimes Karis LeVert.
Sometimes.
If he gets hot, which is why I'm saying that's the X factor for them.
It's the once a week thing, right? With Karis LeVert, it's the once a week thing.
This is what it is with Karis LeVert. For as long as I've known his game, he will disappear for 2 to 3 weeks at a time.
Yeah.
And then get raging hot for 2 weeks at a time.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's not like just completely disappeared. Like there's been stretches even within this season where he's been absolutely terrible.
Yeah.
And then coming down the stretch before he got a little bit nicked up, he was averaging 20 plus for like two plus weeks in a row.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things where it's almost like I know what Karis LeVert I'm going to get the rest of the series after the first game.
Pretty much.
After the first game, if Karis LeVert out here dropping 7 points,
right.
Oh, you could just write him off. I'm not even worried about him after that.
Right, and for those that Soul Finger, I think one of the a player that we can compare him to in terms of the volatility is Terrence Ross.
Yeah,
you remember?
That's a good comparison.
You remember Terrence Ross? Man, Terrence Ross. Bro, you look at the box score, you see 8, 13, 9, 11. And it's all like 7 shots. You're like, okay, 8 points on 7 shots. Okay, whatever. Off the bench, whatever. And then all of a sudden,
he plays us, and then he's like, it's like manna for heaven the way he hitting everything all over the court.
Right.
And then after that, he's on fire for 3-4 more games.
For 3 or 4 more games. Yep.
Then he calms down after that.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like that old school. What's that old school NBA game?
NBA Jam.
Yeah, NBA Jam.
He's on fire.
Yeah, he's on fire. You can't stop him.
Yep. Yeah. So ultimately, what I'm saying is I think the Knicks can sweep Cleveland if certain things occur. Right? If certain things occur. If the Knicks force Cleveland into their bench, it's a wrap. Mm-hmm. Right? Because nobody's going to tell me that the Knicks should fear Isaac Okoro, Cedi Osman, and Karis LeVert as playoff wing players.
Hell no.
Right?
Well,
and then
Karis LeVert if he gets hot, but the other ones no.
If he gets hot, and if Cedi Osman is clutch, because he does have like the small clutch gene. Where
he can hit a 3 when need, like you said, hit that 3 when need be.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, and then I'm having a hard time thinking that a front court of Obi Toppin, Julius Randle, Mitchell Robinson, and Isaiah Hartenstein can be stopped or stalemated by Robin Lopez, Evan Mobley, and Jared Allen?
It's going to be a game of physicality. I don't know if you guys remember this, but if they give them grace to get that stupid physicality stuff off, like wall of physicality or whatever, verticality, my bad. Remember when that Pacers center was just destroying our entire like inside game with just that? And he was getting away with a ton of fouls.
Zeke Jackson,
No. Herbert or Hubert or...
Oh, you talking back in the day, Roy Hibbert.
Law of verticality. There we go. That's what it's called, isn't it? Something of verticality. Remember, they got away with that, and it depends on how they call it, because if they're ticky-tack calling, it can actually go in our favor, because we play at a specific baseline of physicality where they can't call everything.
Right.
And if they do, then okay. Then we might run into problems, but then we have waves of more physical players off the bench in terms of our forwards or centers, in terms of Isaiah Hartenstein and Josh Hart. That's just coming off the bench.
Okay.
So it's one of those things where they better pray they don't get their big men in foul trouble.
Right.
Because if one of them gets in foul trouble,
it's a wrap.
Whew,
And it's not the way you think either. Right? Because what if Jared Allen doesn't and Evan Mobley does? Right? Now they don't have a dominant weak side shot blocker.
Nope.
And they don't
have
have
Dean Wade out there.
Yep, they don't have a hyper athlete around the rim for demonstrative finishes and putbacks.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they do with Jared Allen, but usually with Mobley and Allen on the floor, they double team you with that.
And I also I want to say this is where the added weight that Mitch put on will come into play, because he is actually bigger than Jared Allen.
Yeah.
Now he is, for sure. Now he is.
And stronger.
Right.
And has more functional game strength.
Right. So this is where, like, even though they might be taller than us, they're not going to beat us on the glass. No way. Not a chance.
Right. And so with the backcourt depth, I think that's us, right? I think it's us, and we do it by committee. They have stars, and we have a star and two or three really good guys.
They have really high ceilings, but our baseline is higher than theirs.
Yeah.
Our floor is higher than theirs. So in the lulls of the game, where it's like they might be getting stifled, we won't have as many lulls as they will.
Right.
In my opinion, in terms of offense. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they had like several 3-minute spurts with no points, no field goals, no points, no nothing.
That could be that can be feasible with the way the lineup or our rotation goes.
Right.
The thing is I know before in the past, Minnie was complaining about the rotation. But if you look at it, Tibbs had already been playing. He's been coaching in a lot of ways. You really look at playoff, because your rotation goes down to basically what Tibbs has been running all season, an 8 to 9 man rotation. So he's been doing that all season.
Right.
So, and as you were saying, our bigs get their bigs in trouble. They're gonna be in trouble, man. They're really gonna be in trouble, and then it's gonna be it's gonna be like the Autobahn heading down that lane. And I think if you use the way, and I know when I say this name, people ready to crucify me, but RJ going to the rack with reckless abandonment, that works in our favor. But the thing is how often will the refs swallow the whistle? Because you see that happens with us a lot, more than not.
Okay.
They swallow the whistle.
We get penalized for being stronger.
Yes, which is crazy. Because they get that Stevie Wonder, Ray Charles vision, and we stuck like that. So it's going to be real interesting. But I like this matchup because it's a game that this is a series we should win. Period. Game or series? You talking about a game or series? I just want to get series.
Oh, okay.
Series.
Okay.
You don't have one of them senior moments. Having senior moments.
No, I just wanted some clarity on it because if we're talking about game one, I just wanted to talk specifically about game one.
No, I'm just gonna go out and say series. I was saying, 4-2 Knicks. I see it's going 6.
Okay.
I would prefer. I could say at the most going that way.
Okay.
But it's going to be physical. But I just want to know how the refs are going to dictate it for us, because you already know the media is going to make all the hype about Donovan and the Knicks and Joe Bag of Donuts, Susie Slapstick on how it's going to go.
Right.
But it is what it is. I just gotta say this. Hey, I like to hear Dre in there when he cooking, man. Dre get in the kitchen, boy, he be breaking up some delectable stuff, boy, when he in there cooking. He sure didn't leave a lot of meat on the bone. I'm telling you, he didn't leave a lot of meat on the bone on this one. It's been a minute since I've been on with him. I've been listening, but I just had to give you props, dog. Hey, you was in there cooking, man. Hey, you put that cayenne pepper up in there.
Yeah.
Oh, you talking about the other night, or was it last night? The other night. It was the other night.
No, period, bro. You been in there cooking.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Hey, so Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Duggar says, you say at LA Fitness Indie game we didn't play D. Yeah. I mean, what? Yeah.
I feel like Paris Duggar is right, because you could tell we were playing like halfway defense, because if you play full intensity the whole game, you run the risk of getting hurt.
Right.
And we also know like that game didn't really mean anything, so we were just getting an open run, see how many points we can put up.
Right.
And this is why I don't take game 81, 82 seriously.
Or 79.
Right. Oh boy. Who was that cheerleader that we had on the bench a few years ago?
Theo Pinson.
That dude had a 23, 10, and 10 triple-double with no turnovers.
Yeah.
This is why I don't take any credence in those games.
Right.
Like, you can take some credence in terms of getting rhythm for your jumper, but all that other stuff like defense and intensity is non-existent. That was the equivalent of when NBA players do free runs just when they train in the summer. Like, they play haphazard defense.
Yeah.
Like, they just put their hand up, like, haphazard. They ain't trying to, hurt their money makers, which is their legs. Or their,
it's like all-star. It's like all-star game defense.
Yeah, it's a little bit more intense than that, but it's like, because I'm going to keep it a buck. Scouts are watching every game, no matter what it is.
Yeah, I was going to say, you can't give anything away. You at least got to go through the process.
And not even for just that. Like, for the guys that are playing in game 181 and 82, there's a lot of them are looking for new homes and new teams, and they're scouts, and that's videotape, and that's everything.
Right.
So a lot of it is, like, showcasing your isolation skill, which is why we see Obi doing step-back threes and all this other stuff. It's because it's a lot of it is a showcase of what you can do offensively, because keeping it a buck, defense keeps you in the league, offense gets you paid. That's what it is.
Right.
So when we talk about games 181, 82, it's like a lot of guys that's trying to figure it out and try to get another place in this league if they don't make it on this team. There's a lot of 10-day contract guys. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of non-NBA guys playing at the same time as well. So gotta put a little grain of salt in it.
Right. Yeah. All right. I mean, in terms of the LA Fit and the Pacers, I don't care.
Yeah.
What I'm thinking is can the Knicks wing core of RJ, Grimes, and Josh Hart stop Cedi Osman, Isaac Okoro, and Karis LeVert?
I think so. You also, like, there is a little bit of a home court playoff bump for the role players.
Right.
So it might be a scenario where we could play well in both games, and we could still lose both games because they shot well from three. But I don't foresee them shooting well from three for both games, because they're just really not like that.
Right.
From the perimeter.
Right.
So it's gonna be one of those things where out physical them, outplay them in both games, and we still walk away 1-1, which is a win in my mind. But you also don't want to leave meat on the bone, right? So it might be one of those scenarios where you play great defense and great interior defense, and they come out and shoot 17 for 32 from three.
Right, it happens.
And it happens. That's just the volatility of the 3-point ball. What we're good at is controlling the things we can control in terms of rebounding and turnovers and all that other boring stuff that people don't like, but that is very important.
Can you see? Is there a scenario? Is there a scenario where the Knicks shoot themselves out of the playoffs from the free throw line?
Ooh. You know what's funny, Freezie? We've been kind of mediocre from free throw line a lot of the regular season, and it hasn't like showed its ugly head,
right?
Except but for like 1 or 2 times, because we're so great at rebounding and protecting the ball. But when those margins become a little bit slimmer in terms of rebounding and turnovers, because teams know exactly what we're gonna do before we do it, it's all about executing. When those margins become slimmer, the free throw line becomes also much more important. Yeah. So it's going to be one of those things where I pray to God it's Brunson and IQ taking them free throws. And even IQ has been scuffling. So
it's like a gremlin when it comes to those free throws in their locker room, man. Good Lord.
Yips. It feels like the yips, ain't it?
It's so funny. The funny thing about it is IQ came into the league as a 94% free throw shooter, and right now he's an 82% free throw shooter.
Yeah, isn't it crazy? It's like he got to adjust for windage, man.
Yeah.
It might be one of those things where a lot of guys, they put on weight and muscle and they're adjusting to that for their shots as well.
Yeah,
could be that.
And while they're improving every other aspect of their game, some parts fall behind in terms of preparation, ever so slightly.
I'm gonna say this, and this is not me RJ bashing, because I know we got a lot of fans that love RJ, but I've always been frustrated with him and his free throw shooting. It gotten better at one time, but man, it's like playing Russian roulette, man. When he go to that line,
it's like one night he could go 7 for 8, 8 for 9, and then the next night he's like 5 for 10.
Yeah, 5 or 12 or something like that. It's bad, man. Like I said, I say it once, I say it again. When you go to that line, sometimes, man, it's like you can't hit an elephant in the backside with an ironing board, man. It gets bad.
It gets bad.
And the thing is, like with his jumper, it's not like the pretty misses where it's like a soft roll around.
Oh no, man, those are boulders.
Yeah, it's hard off the back of the rim.
Hard back iron, yeah.
That's
why we're down on Miles McBride's 3-point shot. It's hard back iron.
It's not none of that rimming out stuff that Grimes has. Like Grimes will rim out, or IQ will rim out, or it'll careen off the side of the rim and like bounce because it hit like the side of the rim or something. But
no, when they miss, man, they got reverb on their shots, man.
Yeah.
I swear you can hear it. You remember playing it? You play it in a park or something, man. You hear that metal, that
clang.
You talking about from the double rims? Yeah.
Yeah, man. And then you on the other end, you got they get the rebound, but you can still hear it. You down on the other end, they down on the other end trying to score. You can still hear the rim down there still vibrating and shaking, man. It got reverb.
It sounds like the motor on like an old refrigerator on the bottom, just shaking.
Yeah. The old makeshift go-karts. That's what it sounds like, man.
Yeah. Them 2-cycle engines.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
But that's going to be key for us. I really think a lot of the games going to come down to we're going to have games that come down to free throw shooting, and that's why I get worried at times because I've said it many a times. You can look at whenever I've been on over a game. I've always said I'm worried it's free throws, man. Because sometimes we lost games just because of free throws, or games were too close because of free throws.
Exactly.
Right.
When you missing 8 to 10 free throws, man, you could be really blowing the team away.
You
So
stopping the
that-
clock and it's giving them like a turnover. It's basically a
Exactly.
turnover.
Exactly. You know, and then if you down and you know you're dealing with the clock, you wanna stop the clock and take points off the board. But when you going 1 for 1, that's not gonna get you anywhere. Yeah, you glad to have that 1 point, but you should be knocking them down.
Right.
Get out of jail free card for them.
Yeah,
What's up,
man.
What's up,
Yeah.
Adam?
This is going to be a short series if the Knicks don't hit their free throws. They have to hit every single one.
Well, no, not every single one. Nobody's that
No,
good.
no, there's no excuses. What the free throws we miss in the season, they have to put that to the side. They have to make sure they hit every single free throw in the playoffs. This is you know, this is
They
the
can
playoffs.
try. They can try.
No, they can. It's just that they're you know, some of their shots is it's ridiculous. But again, if they're not knocking down every free throw, you can say bye-bye to the Knicks real quick.
All I can ask for is 80% from the line. That's what I ask for. Just 80.
As a team.
See, I'm with you on that, Dre. I'm with you on that.
You don't gotta be 95. Just be 80.
Yeah. Just be 80. You know, hit it at a decent clip.
16 out of 20 is good for me, though.
Yeah.
16 out of 20 is good for me. Probably.
Oh yeah, I'm good with that.
We get them 13 out of 21s. That's what I don't like.
That is, yeah.
I'm trying to remember the last game we had when we missed like 10 to 12 free throws, man, and I was like, and the game was close, and I'm looking at it like, man, we would have hit at least 8 of these free throws. We have a lot of cushion where we're not sitting up there tight.
Brunson and Randle will be on the bench already.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, and you know what, Soulfinger too? RJ Barrett had the potential to have a 54-point game.
Yeah, I remember that, man.
But he missed 8 free throws in one game.
And the thing that's maddening, he was out there hitting step back threes that game, but he can't hit a 15-footer.
Man, and that's something I never understood. A cat can go out there and hit a 3-pointer, but you put him in front of that line with nobody there. Oh man, it's claim food.
Right. Right. Yeah, man. And it's odd. It puts you in a peculiar space because it's less about just free throw numbers. Ultimately, you got to look at it's a 4-point game. You send one of your best players to the line with the potential to extend it to a real 2-possession game, and they miss both free throws.
Yeah, because when they miss that first one, they're gonna get they're already tight when they get there.
Right.
But then they miss that first one. It's pucker factor times 100.
Right. 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 And then it's from guys, and then the guys that are like that are the guys that are historically terrible free throw shooters.
Yeah.
And you'd say something like, "Bro, shouldn't you be better by now?"
And see, I'm big on argue about that.
You know what's funny? It's like RJ actually has improved from free throw from last year, but it's not the big jump that people want.
Yeah, not at all. Yeah.
Right.
It's the incremental. But when you see like certain bad things from him, it's like, did he even improve? But it's like, if you actually look at the numbers, he improved.
Yeah, he's gotten better, but it's not like you can.
It's not enough. It's not enough. That's what it is.
But it's within that plus minus though. It's in that. It's like when you step on a scale, and you know what I'm saying. You weigh say you 175. At the end of the year, after the holidays, you step on the scale, you 174. And then the next year you step on the scale, you're 176. You know what I'm saying? It's like as long as you stay in that range, you know what I'm saying, you good. RJ though, he went from 61% his rookie year to 74%, and then he stayed in that 71, 73. He starts the season hot from the free throw line and poor from 3, and then the numbers kind of go past each other like ships in the night. The free throws get worse, And the three-pointer gets better as the season goes
Yeah.
on.
It's like Bizarro.
Yeah. Yeah.
And see, my thing is I'd be happy if he could. I'm not asking for him to be, if he would be able to crack 80% from the line, I wouldn't know how to act. Man, all I ask is just give me 77. Give me 75 to 77, bro. Can we get that?
So Finger, I'm telling you, if he averaged 85% from the free throw line, he'd be in that Jimmy Butler player type conversation. If RJ Barrett shot 85% from the floor, we'd be comparing him to Anthony Edwards. Because the difference in points between Anthony Edwards and RJ Barrett is 3.5 points. Or maybe 4 points since RJ went in that slump. 4 points.
And those free throws, though, you count all the free throws he missed.
Right.
I mean, and again, it goes back to what Dre said earlier. When I brought up how they swallow the whistles, because we're a stronger team. I will say this in RJ's defense: he gets beat up when he goes to that line, goes to the rack, but they don't call a lot of. Just like Josh Hart and Randle, we don't get a lot of calls when we go because you see how we attack. Now,
but if he hit his free throws, he wouldn't get beat up.
Well, that's the other thing too, because I'm not gonna lie, I hit him with a Hassan chop real quick. Hey, you call me the kid with the golden arms because I'm chopping him up, bro, every time he goes to the rack because I know. Hey, man,
because I would rather send RJ Barrett to the line than let him have a clear layup at the rim.
Oh yeah, man, no doubt. Look, pay me. Hey, you can pay me that minimum. I will chop him up.
And
send him to the line.
And it ain't like you're gonna get posterized if you stand under the rim. So
right.
You're not gonna get embarrassed. You're just gonna foul him.
Right. If RJ Barrett legit was, what's the thing they did for Shaq with Hacker Shaq? It's Hacker RJ. Just hack him when you go to the rim. It ain't like he don't hit free throws.
And that's really our Achilles right there. That's our Achilles heel right there. Between he and Mitch, Mitch with the line drive. Like I said, free throws is going to be key for us moving forward in these playoffs.
Adam said you got to hit every one, Soulfinger.
Well, them hitting every one, you still have a better chance to run through hell of gasoline draws.
This is like I want to show you RJ Barrett's free throw percentages from year to year. His first year was 61%. Second year 70.74. Well, 74.6%. And his third year was 71.4, and this year it's 74.
Right.
So he's hovering around in that 75 range. Like he has the
capability to get there. Mediocre.
It's mediocre for a wing, a modern NBA wing. Like unless you're physically dominant.
You know who else has the same body type that struggles from the free throw line?
Who?
Luka. I think if Luka and RJ both, they struggle from the same thing. If Luka hit free throws, he'd be averaging 40 a game.
Oh man, easy, no doubt. Because he for him to go to the line as much as he does, he misses a lot.
He'll get the whistle. And
that's the thing. Yeah.
And so, you know what else? The Knicks. I think it was I saw it like 2 weeks ago. The Knicks led the NBA in and ones.
Yeah.
I remember you bringing that up too.
But you don't look at that because they get the and part. They don't get the one. They go to and miss the one part.
Yeah, I remember. I was thinking about it. Even it's contagious. Freezie, like you said, when it comes to free throws. Because I remember when Grimes had his first shot at a 4-point play.
Yeah. And missed the free throw.
Missed the free throw.
Yeah.
And then you had IQ come up, miss free throws back to back. That was a shocker. I fell off the couch. I was like, oh Lord.
Yeah.
Jalen Brunson as well, and Julius Randle.
Brunson. Yeah. I was like, oh my God. I'm like Fred Sanford. Oh, I'm coming to join you.
Yeah.
It's like I've never felt like uber confidence in free throws like that since Allen Houston or Latrell.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
I was
even though the numbers would probably say 84
with Frank and Damian Dotson and Trey Burke and them. I think they were good free throw shooters. They just wasn't overall good players.
That's what I mean. Like, I'm in terms of actual good basketball players. That's what I mean. Like, even though it would say like 85% for Allen Houston or Latrell, it sure felt like 90% in the last 5 minutes of games.
Mm-hmm. But you know, it's because Latrell, you know, Spree was always putting pressure on the defense because he attacked.
Right.
You know, it was just constant pressure.
And with Allen Houston, it was the pump fake and then jumping into you.
Yeah.
and the only I'm sorry, Sophie. Go ahead, bro.
I know. I was going to say just free throws is going to be this critical. It's key in the playoffs. Free throws, that's like platinum. Bump gold. That's platinum.
Free money. Free money.
Yeah. So if we get the free throw thing under control, I think we have a good chance. But I think the free throw thing is not a skill thing. I think it's a
mental.
No, it's a exhaustion thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I was thinking that when Dre was smoking, I was just like, sometimes, because, you know, as far as like RJ Barrett, even Brunson, as well as Randle, you know, when they put that pressure on that rim and they're going to the basket, you know, these cats are getting worn out. You know, especially around third, fourth quarter.
Thank you, Ted.
You know, around those areas.
It's why Randall's like shooting percentages go down as the game goes along.
Right.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, no doubt. You snatching rebounds and you running up and doing what he's doing. You know, and even with Grimes, you know, there's a lot of you get people talking about Grimes. Oh, he started missing his shot. But if you're looking at it, if he's missing that ball short on the front of the rim, his legs are not there. He's tired, but
Right. I was gonna say my bad. But like, who's the best shooter you ever saw that was like 260 pounds?
Nobody.
Yeah.
Oliver Miller.
Like the best 260, like the best 250-pound shooter, 260-pound shooter. You don't really.
And even when you look at Randle, does Randle look 260 when he take his shirt off? Does he look 260?
Nah, he looks chiseled.
Yeah,
think about but that's because he's cut up.
Yeah,
he's ripped.
Yeah, I'm saying at one point, I think there was a thing that had Zion and Randle listed at the same weight, right? I think it was like both was listed at like 260, and I look at them side by side.
That's a lie.
Yes.
That's
in my LL voice. Start with it. That's a lie.
But y'all remember Zion coming out? They had him listed at 6'7", 265.
That's them WWE weights, man.
Oh yeah, man.
When Big Show was 7'2", 500 pounds.
Yeah.
All right, all right, man.
I mean, bro, I you know.
Hey, yo, just real quick, I saw him in my cousin worked at this store. I ain't gonna say his name, and maybe I get certain parts of the details wrong, but my cousin was working in this store that entertainers come in and buy stuff like, like the mega TVs, big TVs, or the custom made pool tables with a certain color rags on them and all that.
Mm-hmm.
I go in, I'm like, yo, what's up, cuz? He like, guess who in the hot tub? And I'm like, who, Pamela Anderson? And he like, no, fool. I'd have been over at the hot tub, right? He's like, Big Show. Get out of here. Y'all got a hot tub big enough for Big Show? And no lie, the dude says, hey, Mr. White can hear you. Right? He's looking at us. Like, Mr. Because if you never met him in person, you don't know what his personality is like. You don't know what these guys are like behind the scenes. Like, Mr. White? I'm like, who's Mr. White? Your boss? And he looks over and says, yes, for the moment. And so we walk over there, and the dude stand up. Dre, I ain't gonna lie, bro. That dude is every bit of 7 foot. 7 foot something. I don't know. At some point, your neck start hurting when you looking up. But imagine looking up at a 7 foot. He wasn't 500. He's probably about 400 pounds, right? Imagine looking up because he's skinnier in person than he look on TV. So you imagine looking up at a 7 foot, 400 pound man. You know what I'm saying? In a hot tub dripping with water. You're like,
oh man.
So I'm like, what in the world? I'm like, you in a hot tub? He like, yeah, I'm gonna get the bigger version. And I'm like, yeah, man. You know, he like, no, for the ladies.
A hot pool.
He like, nah, man, for the ladies. You know what I mean? And I'm like, oh my God, man. The Big Show is talking about getting a bigger hot tub so you can fit the ladies in it. That's hilarious, bro.
Oh God.
I didn't mean to cut y'all off, but that's just one of them random occurrences. You know how you go like anybody ever visit like one of their family members at work? You're like, come through, man. We'll go to lunch, whatever. And you go through, and then the Big Show was in a hot tub. Yo, that's hilarious, bro. But anyway, my bad.
But no, it's this whole series is going to be a physical grind them down, and I expect to see scores like we would see in the 80s and 90s, man.
Okay.
I think we have a couple.
Well, I don't know. It's going to be like 85 to 87 because that's what we actually saw. In the 90s.
Yeah, the 90s, but we did. I mean, the last time we played them, it was like that. It was like 90.
Oh yeah, it was a slugfest for sure. Right. It was not pretty basketball.
We're gonna have a couple of games like that where it's gonna be a slugfest, but then we're gonna have a couple of games. We're gonna have a couple of games where it's gonna be like the Autobahn. They just run it up and down the court.
Right.
A slugfest favors us.
Right.
For sure.
Oh yeah. Because this is the thing. I was talking to my man Wise, and the way as physical as we are. We're not just physical defensively. We're physical offensively.
Oh, yeah.
And you think about it. And it's like, and Freezie, you appreciate this where I'm about to go with this, right? It's like boxing. You're not trying to keep going for the head. You want that body blows, man.
Right.
You want to beat them ribs up, beat that gut up and all like that so you can see them hands, them arms come down. You're trying to hold up, but you want to keep them things down. So when you got somebody constantly slamming into you, going to the rack,
right,
and then even, hey, look, taking a charge, cats don't understand it. Jalen Brunson, he's always hurting this and this. Jalen Brunson, for his size, that's a tough cat. Because you got to think about it. He's taking charges from cats 6'4", 5, 6, 7, 6, 8. He's taking these things.
Right.
It's funny because when you talk about Jalen Brunson, when Jalen Brunson sees a guard that's like 6'3" or shorter, it's a mismatch for him because he's going to post them up.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Right.
It's funny because he's looking at him. You can see he start licking his lips like, oh yeah, man, barbecue chicken.
And when he sees a skinny wing player, I'm going straight at that.
He see a skinny wing player. He's like, ooh, barbecue brisket.
Yes.
It's funny when you said boxing because it's basically what Tyson thinks when he sees a long, gangly boxer. He's just gonna close that airspace up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You ain't even gonna get your arms stretched out, man.
Yeah.
If your arms are stretched out, you fouling.
Yeah.
And I'm going to the line.
Yeah.
That's why he does that rip. That's why he does that rip through move every time he goes to the lane.
Yeah. Because those slugfest games really, they like I said, that's our wheelhouse. Okay. And by the fourth quarter, that whole team sound like Michael Jackson and Prince. Yeah. With them body blows.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me throw a little something out there too that might be a slightly different take on it. I think the Knicks are better when they put up a lot of shots. Now, I don't mean Autobahn, right? I don't mean Autobahn type up and down the floor, racing. But I think the Knicks are better I think you see the better version of RJ when he does not go up against set defenses.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
When the defense is set, I think you get the worst version of RJ.
RJ can beat one guy. It's the problem with the help defense that he doesn't really have a grasp of.
Right.
Yeah, he's like, what do I do next?
Yeah, because he doesn't necessarily have the advanced handle or the dexterity where he can just flip the ball up from any kind of odd angle or off the wrong foot. Well, technically he does come off the wrong foot a lot, but he can only beat one guy doing that. He can't beat the help defense doing it.
Right.
But he goes bull in the China shop, and that's what it is.
And his mentality is not to yam on people; it's to Euro his way to the rim.
I mean, if he could, he would though, Freezie. If he could, he would.
And what I would introduce to the RJ Barrett improvement thing is RJ Barrett yamming on people at the rim. Right.
He gonna need some new knees for that. For
oh, so he's gonna need some new hops, right?
Yeah.
He gonna have to get them, not the new Pumas, but the Puma Clydes.
He's gonna have to get them route
Actually, you know what it is? He needs to lose weight. That's what he needs to do.
He needs to
if you remember his first 1 and 2 years, he wasn't dunking on people like that, but he still was getting to the rim and
trying
dunking.
Yeah.
Or, matter of fact, he was getting a lot more attempted dunks at the rim and getting fouled and missing a dunk.
Right.
But he would attempt to get up there. Like I don't think he has the faith in his athleticism with this current weight to get up there.
But I would say this: what I do like about RJ is his mid-range game. You know, he's starting to get that. If he needs,
you talking about the floater, like
the floater and little probing around,
a little post up game.
Yeah, it's a little DeMar DeRozan-ish. I'm not saying DeMar DeRozan for those listening or whatever. Or you play it again. I'm saying DeMar DeRozan-ish.
Right.
He's starting to get into that neighborhood, and he needs to continue to work on that because, besides being with Brunson, get that footwork down, he could pattern his game a little after DeMar DeRozan. Because I'm not looking for him to be a knockdown 3-point shooter.
Can we give Johnny Bryant that credit though? Can we give Johnny Bryant the credit he deserves?
Of course. For sure.
That like the thing I do like is if he sees a mismatch, he's putting that mismatch at the rim like 8, 9, 10 feet. You putting his back into him and then getting his little push shot off from anywhere from 13 to 10 feet. You'll get that little push floater off, and it's been more effective. It's why his 2-point percentage has gone up 5% since last year.
Yeah. He turns into the Broadway bully, and I do like when he's the Broadway bully. I like that. I'm not gonna lie. It's just when I see him sitting out there, after a while, man, if you done thrown enough meatballs at the backboard, and you done thrown some dead ducks at the rim, and you just can't get it in, bring that joker in. Granted, you got to take the shot to keep teams honest, but I mean, was it last time he went 0 for 9 from the 3-point line or something like that?
The one before this last game, he was like 1 for 3.
Yeah, I was like, But when he's in that mid-range, his game is really effective, and I like that. But like you said, Johnny Bryant, look, you got to give Johnny Bryant his props. That man, that back, he's like Mr. Wizard.
Because all the guards are doing similar stuff. It's just they doing it in their own way. Like
they have a little flair, little flair to it.
Yeah, like you see Quentin Grimes trying to do the Brunson burner also, but he don't necessarily do it. Instead of him doing the jump stop and pivot, you'll see Grimes keep his dribble and bounce with it, so he can keep his dribble alive and maybe kick it back out to the perimeter. And you see Miles McBride do it really quick with like spin moves, but they're all trying to do that burner move in the paint where they can quickly get up a fadeaway shot over a taller person or get the floater up immediately too. Right?
You know what's funny, Freezie? Like a lot of them, like some of the younger guys, especially Grimes, he has like confidence at sometimes and then he stops. He's like, it's funny to compare. He's like when women go to a party and they want to dance.
Right.
And they start getting to the dance move, then they stop. Let me stop and start laughing and walking off the dance floor. That's what Grimes does. He'll get it to his little dribble move,
right,
and then throw a little hesitation, a little pump fake, and then kick it back out. Like finish the move. You did all that for what you gonna do all of that to stop at the nail at 15 feet and not shoot it?
Yeah, Well, he's improving on that, and I think we want to.
He's getting more confidence for sure.
Yeah, I want to give Johnny Bryant some credit for that too. The development of the guards over the course of the season.
Yeah.
Because there was a point during the season when I talked to Dre about Miles McBride, and he was like, he didn't want to hear it. There was one point I think Dre said he never wanted to see Miles McBride play NBA basketball again. I think we were at the, you remember that when Miles McBride was like 0 for 72 from 3?
And he was trying to dunk on someone on the Sixers, I believe, and he missed or got blocked or something like that.
No, it was the Nets on Saturday afternoon, dunked by Nick Claxton.
Oh, right.
Yeah, he tried to get Claxton. Claxton had him, took him to the block party. And I'm a Deuce guy. I like Deuce. Deuce, but that knuckleball he shoots, man, I'm like, come on, Deuce.
He be shooting a push shot for real.
Man, it's like he's shooting a shot put.
Like it looked like you're supposed to have like a guide hand and like the other hand is for power. It looks like he shoots with both hands equally on the ball.
Right.
like he's holding it he has one hand on the left side of the ball and one hand on the right side, and he's just pushing it up at the rim.
And the odd thing, the peculiar thing about that is because Larry Bird did that, and it was deadly.
Yeah, but Larry is Larry Legend.
Right, Larry Bird looks like the Trey Boucher, like those old medieval movies where they used to crank up the thing and he should just like and then throw it at the rim. Larry Bird used to do it, except quicker and smoother.
I'm terrified what Larry Bird would look like in the analytics era.
Oh my God!
What he actually would care about his shot diet.
Yo, is that Ryan Cleveland in the building? Ryan Cleveland is in the building. What's good?
Man. What's up, man? Drop that link for him.
Yeah, you got it.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Yeah,
I got you. I got it.
Yeah, man. Yeah, Larry Bird wasn't no joke, man. There we go.
It's like he kind of shoots like when you have like a 5-year-old. You take your 5-year-old to the park, and they ain't got enough strength to get the ball up at the rim, so they put their whole all into it with both hands. He's like flinging it up there.
Right.
But he's improved. I'm not gonna hate on him too much. He's definitely improved. But hey, look, when we get that European point guard, I don't know if Deuce time might last too much longer.
Are you talking about
what's European?
Rokas ain't coming over there.
He ain't coming, man.
He ain't coming, but he's actually balling over there, which is funny.
Yeah.
He ball over there. You know, this man, look, Rokas is that they just gonna trade. They gonna pass his contract around or trade like a blunt. That's what's gonna happen. They gonna pass it around like a blunt.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah. So should Knicks fans or let me phrase it right. I guess I am phrasing it right. Do Knicks fans have the right to be super confident that the Knicks will beat the Cleveland Cavaliers, and what happens if we don't?
Is cautiously optimistic fair or no?
No.
Like y'all, no trepidations. Just we at their throats.
Yes.
Yeah. You know, I would say this because I've seen it in the chat. Seeing cats talk about, well, you saw what happened, man. We had the 4th seed, we got knocked out, blah blah blah. But that's 2 different teams, and we got things that we didn't have. We got things we didn't have. One is Jalen Brunson. We got a point guard. 2, Mitch Robb is healthy.
Right.
Mitch Robb is the great equalizer. It's for those that don't like him, but he cleans up a lot of mistakes, having him there. So you need to have that big man right there. So and the other thing is we have better talent. So it's I would be confident. And, you can say whatever happens in the you can say what happened in the season because playoffs is a whole different thing. The playoffs, but the thing is, and this is coming from me. I was, and it's duly noted. I was not the biggest Tibbs fan there is at all.
No.
Tibbs, no man, surprise. But I would say this: Tibbs has been coaching like he's getting ready for the playoffs all season. I really think that.
Also, I want to expand on that note that you just brought up, bro. And the simple fact that is that we also too were a deeper team than we were at that moment. Much deeper, much deeper, much deeper. And our younger players a little bit more seasoned than they were 2 years ago.
Okay. Ron Cleveland in the building. What's good, Ron? What's good, man? Where you been?
Man. I've been around the world in I. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
man.
man.
On, fellas?
Hey, man, it's good to see you.
Yeah, likewise, man. What's the topic tonight?
Hey, let me ask you this directly. Are you confident the Knicks are going to beat Cleveland?
Knicks in 6.
Ooh. No. I'm not saying. No, I'm asking. Are you confident in that, or are you saying that's what it might be?
The Knicks in 6, but I got a caveat on that.
Uh-oh.
Because I don't sugarcoat nothing, and I keep that thing all the way 100, man.
Right.
And I see things, man. A lot of times when I say stuff before they actually happen, and I ain't no psychic or none of that.
Okay.
But watching basketball and playing basketball as long as I have, watching these Knicks as long as we have this season, I can't sit here and sugarcoat or gloss over stuff that I'm seeing.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And with this Cleveland team, I'm gonna tell you they're gonna be a test. They're gonna be a test, and people been asking. I've been hearing. People been asking who's the X factor, who's the X factor, who's the X factor. You know what I mean? And a lot of the Knicks fans was worried about Julius Randle. I'm not worried about Julius Randle.
Mm-hmm.
Julius Randle got his fix in the offseason and Jalen Brunson. Period. Period.
Right.
That was the. There's no reason. There's no surprise why Julius Randle game went up the way it did. He got a real point guard, not somebody masquerading Mr. Alex Burke trying to be a point guard.
Elfrid Payton.
None of that kind
Frank
of stuff.
Ntilikina, Dennis Smith Jr.,
None
Austin
of
Rivers.
None of that. Not Derrick Rose, and shout out to Derrick Rose.
Kemba Walker.
Derrick Rose was on the way out. You know what I mean? This guy got a bona fide stud for a point guard. That makes his life a whole lot easier. But there's one guy on the team, man, and I'm telling y'all right now, I'm not comfortable with going in this playoff. And it's for a lot of reasons. And it's no other than Mr. Old Canada. It's no other than RJ. He's the real X factor. And the reason why I say that is because let's be honest about this play this season, man. We won more games in spite of RJ than because of RJ. RJ been pretty much a dud this season. Let's call it like it is. And I said this today, man, and this thing, Sophie, you remember when I told you this? And I hate it because it's obvious, it's painfully obvious when I look at his play, who it reminds me of. He reminds me of Charles Smith.
And then you talked about that just a couple of days ago.
I'm not cutting any jokes. I'm not cutting any jokes. And anybody who's been on here long enough to watch the Knicks, when we had Charles Smith, you look at the game and you tell me it ain't very similar. And I tell you lied. Because it's very similar. Both of them slow, methodical, and get blocks at the rim. And so when I look at RJ, my biggest concern is first and foremost not even the shot. The defense. That's a problem for me. You're not going nowhere in the playoffs if you can't play defense. That's first and foremost. You know what I mean? And I told Soulfinger this the other day too. And the thing came to fruition the first game the guy came back. I said, you know what? RJ and Quentin Grimes is intertwined. Quentin Grimes should be the third option on this team, period, point blank. There's no way around it. Quentin Grimes' ability to shoot that basketball is deadly. You have to account for him. The guy's a knockdown shooter. Look at what that guy been doing the last 10 games. You know what I mean? You have to account for him. And not only that, the guy get others involved. The guy plays defense. Now, with RJ being that third option, and Freezie, you know this as long as you've been watching this game. Everybody knows this. that third option is normally a guy who can get their shots on minimal touches. The other night, and I said this, I said when RJ comes back, RJ gonna be taking away shots from Grimes that Grimes should be getting. Grimes shot, I think 13 or 14 shots the other night. RJ's first game back, this man shot 25 shots, even more shots than quickly. That should never happen. And then my biggest problem with him is this, Freezie. Situational basketball, man.
Right.
Situational basketball.
Yeah.
When we had a chance to win that game, and everybody saw the same thing that I saw. The guy was playing hero. Why are you taking a three-point shot when you ain't been hitting them, and you got two other guys on the floor with you that are knockdown shooters, and these guys looking at you, asking you to give them the ball when the Knicks had a chance to cut that lead and to cut that thing within within one possession. See, those are the kind of things that I talk about with this cat, man. And I can't gloss over it. The forcing of the ball, and Obi got tired of it and called him out about it. Yeah. And what did he do? He tried to blow up with Obi, but Obi was right. And that's the thing. That's why I said he's the only person I'm concerned with on this team. Nobody else. I'm not concerned with Tibbs, but I'm concerned with that dude because you
ain't concerned with Tibbs?
I'm not even. You know why? Because I think
that sounds like a change to me. That sounds like a calibration.
Hey, when you give me evidence, Freezie, I can't stay on what you used to do.
Right.
You know what I mean? I gotta adjust with what you do. I can't. It's the same thing with RJ. I can't go off what RJ did when he first came to the Knicks.
Right.
I don't see any improvement. And this is the thing with Tibbs. This is the thing with Tibbs that I ain't worrying about. Because Tibbs have shown now I say this for easy. I do concern myself a little bit with Tibbs because I question if RJ struggles, will he pull RJ like he has been doing after this, after the All-Star break when he got Josh Hart in his lineup and he was basically about to get fired and we know he had to make some adjustments. Will he continue to do that? If he does that, we got a chance. But I'm telling you right now, if RJ struggles and he leaves RJ out there, the Knicks going home.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, Ron, we got too much depth for us to even play games like that. It's the playoffs, so his reach is not gonna get longer. It's gonna get shorter.
Right.
There will be games this series where RJ plays like 18, 20 minutes.
What happens when Grimes struggles? Do you leave Grimes out there?
Well, he pulled Grimes too.
Yeah, I'm saying. So are you saying? Are you saying if RJ struggles, it's a only pull RJ if he struggles thing, or do you pull everybody like each individual if they struggle?
Reason why I say RJ is because RJ been struggling all season.
Man.
RJ been struggling, and we all know it. You can't defend it. The man been struggling all season.
Well, Ron, to call a man Charles Smith is a very big stretch.
No,
Charles Smith never averaged.
Go watch.
Hold on a second, Ron. Charles Smith never scored 20 points for the Knicks. Ever. Average. Nowhere. If he was lucky, he averaged 15 to 12 points.
Let me ask you a question. When Charles Smith came to this team, what option was Charles Smith?
He was a second, third option.
Third option.
Maybe fourth.
What is RJ?
Second, third option.
Third option. No second, third option. He's a third option just like Charles Smith was. When I talk about Charles Smith
20 points though, bro.
This is what I'm talking about. How was Charles Smith with the basketball? When he dribbled the basketball. Was he slow and methodical?
No. Charles Smith was an athlete. Charles Smith was an athlete. That's why he could play the 3, 4, and 5.
How Charles Smith's lift was around the basket going to the basket. What used to happen to Charles Smith? Do I have to rewind the tape for y'all with Chicago?
Y'all wanna have PTSD moments?
That's exactly what's going on. That's exactly what's going on.
That's that PTSD.
I agree with a lot of the stuff Ron saying. I'm just saying I don't want to do Charles Smith like that. Charles Smith only had that one time. at the rim. Charles Smith wasn't
Charles
that guy.
Smith
It was
wasn't
one
that
time.
good for the Knicks when he came to the Knicks.
That's like saying Pat Ewing can't hit layups. You remember that one time Pat Ewing missed that finger roll?
Charles Smith was better before he came to the Knicks.
Right.
Just like a lot of players that came to the Knicks, and we know the lights got too bright and they couldn't hack it and had to get out of town.
Yeah.
You know, but the thing is, like I said, RJ is inconsistent, and people say, well, he's only 20-something years old.
Yeah.
Man, if I get $1 for every time I hear that, I'd be rich. This man taking 25 shots to get 19 points and people getting happy about that. That's inefficient. I don't care how any way you slice it. When we got a guy on this team that's taking not even half the shots he's taking and getting about half the points he makes.
Right.
It doesn't make any sense. And that's why Grimes has to be that third option coming into the season next year. And you know another reason why you got to make Grimes that third option? Because you didn't hold him out of that trade with Donovan Mitchell to have that guy just sit there and flounder. If you had that much confidence in this man, you see what this man doing. His game is going to continue to elevate, but it's not going to elevate if you want this man to be a fourth option.
Hey, Ron, if you want to trade RJ Barrett, the best thing you cannot do is lower his usage because then he'll have no value.
But you know what?
Ain't nobody going to trade for him.
4 years of tape on him. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna give you a little bit statistical. Like this might throw you off, but RJ over the last 55 games since he had a terrible start in the regular season is 20.5 per game, 5 rebounds, 2.7 assists. He's shooting 45% from the field, 4% from last year, 33% from 3, and 50% from 2, which is 6.2% better than last season. And the Knicks were 39 and 26 over that time. Right. So it's I understand how polarizing he is because visually it is not attractive basketball to look at. It's not pretty.
Right.
That's the issue.
Not, and what we want and guys, we want guys to take that big jump in their third or fourth year to put their mark or stamp on the league that they're here and they're not going anywhere. But we also got to take into account context and that development isn't linear, and you can't just give up on someone just because it's not working right this second. Because, God forbid, we get rid of RJ, he gets put in an ideal situation, he ends up looking like Lauri Markkanen, and then we look like silly for dropping him on his lowest value.
And we look like the Knicks.
You know,
we look like LOL Knicks.
I'm going to tell you what it is. With him, he's a volume shooter. He's a volume shooter on a team that don't need him to be a volume shooter no more. With Jalen Brunson being here, that pretty much eliminated RJ. Because RJ can't be a number 3 option because he's inefficient. He has to be a number 1 or a number 2, meaning he got to be getting the bulk of the shot to be effective.
Ron, I actually agree with you to a point, but this is his first time in his life ever being a third option. Ever, period, in his life this year. Right. He's never been less than a second option since he was 13 years old.
So you're proving my point.
But it takes time to develop into that. And when we look at his numbers, it's not the big jump that we want. We want him to take the big jump. But he's increased by 2% almost while shooting a worst from 3, which makes no sense. He's improving, but it's not improving to the rate that we want it to.
My point why he has to be moved. Because Jalen Brunson has accelerated the Knicks timeline. If Jalen Brunson wasn't on this team and RJ was still the second option, he'll look totally different. Mm-hmm. But as the third option, he can't be the third option pounding the ball.
Well, hey, I got you, Ron, but RJ ain't going nowhere. And the reason why RJ ain't going nowhere is because he just signed a contract extension.
That don't mean nothing. July.
No, Ron, that's not true. That's everything. That's everything. Hold on, now, Ron, let me finish. Don't cut me off. Let me finish. What I'm saying is, I just want to just share something with you. It's not that RJ Barrett has or has no value around the league, because you can move RJ, right? If whether the team want him or not, you can move him. But the ramifications of what a team has to pay in salary is the reason why a team won't trade for RJ Barrett. Not just his money, but the escalation that comes with the contract, because RJ Barrett just signed a contract extension. So while it looks like $27 million to you, another team, the team that gets him, is going to have to pay $35 million to RJ Barrett. And RJ at $27 million is a value, but RJ Barrett at $35 million is not the same value. That's what I'm getting at. I mean, I don't care about his value around the league and what the Knicks will get in return and all that stuff, but my man just signed it. He ain't even played on the contract yet.
Guess what? He can still be traded, because I hear a lot of people putting that false narrative out there that he can't be traded. That's a bull-faced lie. Go look at Sport Track right now, and look, because people.
No, I'm not looking at Sport Track. I already know what they say, Ron.
The contract, the poison pill. That is as of July 1st. That's over with.
Right.
He can't be moved. And another reason why
he can't be. Okay. All right.
I'm gonna tell you why the Knicks gonna move him. Because of that contract escalating too.
Okay.
Because that contract goes up every year.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't.
It does. It does, Lee. It does, Lee. But the cap goes up. The cap
goes not up. A false narrative. That's not a Spot Track issue. All Spot Track does is list contract numbers. The
contract actually escalates.
Right.
So
right. That's not what I'm saying. The thing is, you said check Spot Track, and I'm telling you, the collective bargaining agreement is where this is at. Whoever told you that is wrong.
Thank you.
Look at you looking at Spot Track. Look at the NBA collective bargaining agreement. That is where this info is from. Whoever said all that stuff, they sound like they smart, but they as wrong as two left shoes.
Freezie, I ain't buying that, because we
all right. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna pull it up.
I heard a lot of people, not just you.
All right.
And just,
okay.
I mean, just in the Knicks verse, a lot of people go to Sport Track and they quote Sport Track.
Because it's a contract website. It's a contract website.
I ain't gonna fall for that banana in the pit.
Okay. So what does Spot Track do? Does Spot Track list the collective bargaining agreement, or does it list contracts?
What I'm reading is what the contract says. I ain't
right.
What the
so I'm absolutely right about the contract then.
But the collective bargaining.
Does that contract escalate or de-escalate?
Yeah, hey, you got it, bro.
It escalates, but we got to take into account the nuance of it escalating, because we have multiple contracts that are de-escalating, and then the TV deals and the new CBA, like, cap is jumping up. Like, before this new CBA even came into existence, dudes were already getting promised $60 million 3 years from now. So RJ making 25, 26, 27 the next 3 years from now is chump change compared to dudes actually making supermaxes, which are going to clear more than double that.
Right.
Like Jason Tatum's next deal is going to be 5 years, 300 flat, minimum, bare minimum, 5 years, 300. So when we talk about money and these things, like, we can say he's overpaid. And Ron Cleveland is right to a point. If we want to move him, it probably won't be this summer, but it'll be easier the next summer for sure. Easier the summer after that. Which is why I don't think he's going to be moved this summer, barring whatever happens.
I think at the most, there's a high probability he's gone this season, just because of that contract keeps going up, and especially if the Knicks feel like this guy's at his ceiling, which I told y'all this past summer. I said it. I feel like he's at his ceiling. You know, ain't much more to his game where he gonna improve. He is who he is, and I've accepted that. You know what I mean? But the thing is that I'm looking at from that front office standpoint is where the Knicks is at. What position is the one position that you can improve on, that you need to improve on?
Wing.
Because mind you, the small forward position, we don't have a true small forward. We don't have one. The closest thing is the guy they just signed off the street, I think just yesterday. That's the closest thing that we got to a small forward. And they say they gave him a significant deal, basically a 2-year deal.
I'm gonna put it this way though. Like, when you say there's no room for growth, the problem with RJ is strictly consistency. Legitimately, that's it. He does what you want him to do. He's coachable. He works really hard. It's just the things that you want him to do, you want him to do it all the time. When he has his head on straight and he's playing well, he gets an effortless 25. It's effortless.
Where the defense at?
It's improved since the break for sure.
You know why?
He hasn't been getting cooked.
Josh
Hart. Yeah, he's putting that pressure on him. He's putting that pressure on him. If you want to play, you got to outplay Hart.
That's a problem for me. You know what that tell me? You know what that tell me?
Well, he's lazy.
You've been loafing until some heat came in there, and you see this guy come in and put in maximum effort. You know what I mean? We all know defense is a wanted. That's a wanted. It ain't the prettiest thing. It ain't the sexiest thing to do. Defense is a wanted. That's why most guys in this league, truth be told, don't even play no defense. That's why the scoring is as ridiculous as it is. Because teams ain't playing defense.
I was gonna say like the thing with RJ, that the worst thing about him in my mind is the slow starts. That's the absolute worst thing. Yeah. Because if he played at the same level that he's been playing the entire year, I don't think anybody would have complaints.
And you're right. Consistency is a problem. Thank you. You know, a lot of Knicks fans are like, well, why he ain't on the 20 and under, 25 and under? It's because of that. You're not going to get any awards when you start slow like that every year. You got to be consistent. All these awards, man, you got to be consistent.
Okay. When you don't have the prettiest game, and you don't have the flash, you're not dunking on someone every week. You have to live off of consistency.
Yeah.
This is why Jimmy Butler is in the position he's in, because every night you know what you're gonna get. Jimmy Butler's not gonna dunk on half your team. He's not gonna hit the fancy step back 3 times in a row. He's gonna beat you up in the paint. He's gonna hit his free throws. He's not gonna turn the ball over. He's not gonna foul. He's gonna play hard defense.
Yeah, he ain't gonna teach you when you come to watch him play. He's gonna play and he's gonna give it his all. You know what I mean? You got some guys in the league, man, that they're just worried about their stats and one side of the ball. Normally just offense. That people ain't even looking. I don't care how much offense you play. At some point, you got to play defense if you're trying to win a game.
You got to play defense. Hey, Ron, you right about the RJ thing. I'm wrong about the RJ thing. But it don't have nothing to do with spot track. You was wrong about that part. It's when RJ Barrett new contract kick in on July 1st, all that other stuff go away. But it's not. It don't have nothing to do with nothing else. I was wrong. Yeah, I'm wrong about that part. Because what I'm considering is RJ Barrett's contract this year and then RJ Barrett's contract next year, and those two don't go together because the league year officially starts on July 1st. So you're right. So you're right about that.
Goes away.
Yeah. So you're right about that.
Y'all, if RJ pops in this playoffs, man, the Knicks gonna be a problem. That's why I say he's the key, because everybody else. And Quentin Grimes had his struggles early on too. But that's to be expected of him.
His confidence, too.
And not man, think about it. There's been games we've seen Quentin Grimes get 4 shots. That can't happen from your shooting guard.
Taking 3 shots, 2 shots in the game.
Yeah, that can't happen. That can't happen. And even with the limited shots, this man is still shooting close to 36%. When he
started slow. He's been on fire the last month. Even before this little stretch, he's been on fire.
Right.
And I want to say, like, if RJ gives us consistent play for 4 out of 7 games, we are a handful for anybody. 4 out of 7 games. If he plays well, 4 out of 7 games. If he doesn't give us negative minutes for 4 out of 7 games, we are a handful.
For me, offensively, all I want to see RJ do, realistically, is stay away from that 3-point line. Stay away from that 3-point line, man.
They don't give it to him.
Shoot the mid-range jump shot. Do that push shot, because he's good at the push shot in the lane. But stay away from that 3-point shot. I know you got to take him sometimes, but if you got to take him, he shouldn't take no more than maybe 4 games. But stay away, because if you watch Jimmy
I
Butler,
agree with you,
you watch DeRozan. Them guys, I don't know how much they take a game, but it ain't many.
1.
It ain't many. Them guys
average like 1.
Well, and it's about self-awareness, man. Stay away from your weakness. Deal with your strength. And to beat this Cleveland team, a few things got to happen. We got to beat them up in the paint, and we got to get that front line in foul trouble.
Yep.
Agreed. We just talked about that.
If we want to sit there and just shoot jump shots, we're going to lose. I'm telling you right now, we're not going to play that kind of game with Cleveland and win.
I agree with you. I agree with you, Ron. And I feel like we take this for granted. We're so dominant on the offensive glass. If RJ doesn't even take a three, all he has to do is go to the rim and just throw it up at the rim. Somebody from our team is gonna probably get that ball.
Yeah, like Mitch got that dunk. It looked like it could have been a plan play the way he threw it off that back move.
Like he doesn't necessarily. You don't have to necessarily just providing pressure on the rim and throwing it up, or even looking for the dump down. Mitch is always going to be like. I'll give you a statistic that I just looked up. You know, Mitch is #1 in box outs per game, right?
Yeah.
#1 in the entire NBA in box outs per game. You know who's #6? Hartenstein.
Man, that kid.
And they only play 24 minutes a game between the two. We're splitting up the game by having the two. We're legitimately boxing out teams and just stealing rebounds just because they're so good at it.
I tell you something about
That's 48 minutes of elite rebounding. We can't take that out of context and out of focus. We gonna beat up Jared Allen. We gonna beat up Mobley on the. You saw what we just did to Mobley when Mobley was out there by himself. He was getting eaten alive by Hartenstein and Mitch. Just destroyed. We get one of them in foul trouble, Kearns.
And truth be told, with Cleveland, I mean, really, it's two people you really got to worry about that really get there on shots, and that's Garland and Donovan Mitchell. I mean, the other guy who's supposed to be that dude is Karis LeVert, and he's just as streaky as J.R. Smith was for us.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You don't know which one going to show up. You might turn on the TV and watch him tonight, and he's on fire. He's looking like he's a top 30 player in the league. And then other nights you turn on and watch him. It's the same thing with RJ, inconsistency.
Hey, Ron, 3 things I want to tell you about RJ. His 3 major problems about RJ. First, his three-point shooting is abysmal. Second, his free throws is horrible. And third, he's too damn slow like a donkey.
But you know what, though? You ain't got to be fast. You just got to be decisive. And I think a lot of his problems come from not being decisive.
RJ needs to add a little bit more speed in his legs.
It's a little bit of both. It's because in a micro, when RJ makes up his mind, he doesn't change his mind. He doesn't decelerate. He doesn't.
You read about that.
He doesn't. He doesn't decelerate. He doesn't. That's the thing that makes Luka so great. If you watch Luka play, when he gets to the rim, he stops, slows down. The defender doesn't know when to time, when to jump. He shows one head fake, they out of the play completely. He just lays it up.
The same thing with the Joker.
Yeah,
both of them guys are slow, but they go to a really slow. You know what I mean?
Brunson does it too.
Mhm.
So it's not necessarily about how fast you go. It's about throwing your defender off with the wrong step, wrong foot layups, like shooting a layup with your left hand, even though you're jumping off your right. It's deception. It's just legitimately deception, and that's part of the game. Where sometimes you actually see it from RJ when he finishes around the rim. You'll see him slow down and take like an odd angled layup or off the wrong foot. It's just when he decides to do that, he already tips his hand most of the time that he's going to do that. What does he do?
Somebody else who caught my eye, man, is Obi, man.
Mm.
You know that comp they gave him coming into the league of being like Amari Stoudemire? When I was watching these games, these last games where he's been starting, and I'm watching him offensively, and I said, you know what? This kid look like he's going to be elite offensively. The defense we know is what it is.
Right. Yeah, he's going to be better than Amari Stoudemire, bro. But when I look at the skill set of what that guy is able to do now, I'm thinking Dirk Nowitzki when I see Obi. The step back three, the ability now to blow past people and finish around the rim, and that statue of liberty with the left hand finish. I was like, he makes it look so easy, and I'm like, man, I said, if this dude here ever get on a team where he starts, he's gonna average 20 easy a night. Easy.
If he plays with Tyrese Halliburton, if he plays with Tyrese Halliburton, he's gonna put up some crazy offensive numbers.
And I'm gonna tell you this: for Obi's sake, I'd like to see Obi somewhere where he can start, because that guy is too talented, really offensively, to just be mired on the bench. And it is what it is, man. Julius is Julius, and I ain't messed up with it. You know what I mean? I understand what's going on with the Knicks. It's all about time and place, and Obi just came to the Knicks at the wrong time.
And the wrong age, too, because if Obi was 22, he'd have more value than being 25. So.
But the kid is skilled offensively, man, and nobody can deny that. I mean, he got his shortcomings defensively, and then his defense ain't as terrible at times.
Oh yeah, no, it's not.
You know,
it's
sometimes he'll flash on you defensively, like the other night when he was guarding that guy straight up, and it was a smaller defender, and he picked it, and then finished the whole sequence on the other end. It was about to put somebody on the poster, and the dude came over to help. Obi is a problem.
Which game was that y'all talking about? Y'all talking the Pelicans game?
Was that the Pelicans? Yeah, I think that was the Pelicans game.
That's the Pelicans game is the only game I kind of put any stock into because the other ones teams were just like giving up, but the Pelicans were definitely playing for something.
Yeah, they were playing. Yeah.
And that's the game he got. Okay, all right, my bad.
Didn't Obi score about 30 in that game or 20?
Against the game before.
It's the
Pacers. It was a game before. It was a Pacers.
But it's going to be interesting to see how this thing play out. But I think the Knicks going to win. And, you know, even with RJ's struggles, I think the Knicks will still win this series. Because I just don't see them having an answer for Julius Randle. I think people forget Julius Randle was embarrassed in that playoffs against Atlanta. He was embarrassed with his play. And
well, he's going to exercise some demons then.
Now he got a legit sidekick beside him. I don't predict them boys, him and Brunson, they're going to have a couple games in this series where they both going to have 30 points, at least.
Hey, Ron, in the playoffs, RJ, his best game is when he attacks the rim. When he takes that basketball and he goes to the rim rate. That's what he's good at. Behind the 3-point line, that's not his game. His free throws is horrible. And Obi, you see his skills when he takes that basketball to the rim. We need to see more of that too.
Obi's gonna play like 6 minutes in the playoffs per night. Just letting you know that right now.
Yeah,
if he gets 12, I'll be surprised.
That's a problem.
Nah, he getting 3 minutes. He getting 3 minutes at the beginning of the second quarter. Nah, he getting 3 minutes at the beginning of the second quarter and 3 minutes at the beginning of the fourth quarter. And if he misses 2 shots at the beginning of the fourth quarter, Randle coming in at the 11-minute mark.
That is true because if you think about it, it is true because you look at it. Tears is like Sandman when it comes to certain things. Man, he'll pull that hook out and come out there and snatch you off the court with swiftness. Well, other than when it comes to anybody else besides Randle or JV.
And I want to say one more thing. Well, if you actually look at the box score, when Obi played like the Pacers, he was getting 40 minutes. And when he played against a team that was actually playing for something, his minutes went down. He went down to 27, even with Randle not here.
Yeah.
So when it's a high-level situation, Tibbs doesn't have that much trust to just give Obi 35 minutes against a team that wants to make the playoffs or is in the playoffs. Even if Randle is hurt going into this game, Obi's not playing more than 25 minutes. I could put any amount of money on it.
But 27 minutes is more than he was playing.
When Randle was
healthy, right? That's double. That's more than double the amount of minutes he was playing when Randle was healthy, though, right?
But but I feel like if it was a playoff scenario and Randle was out, I don't see him playing 27 minutes. He might get 24, maybe 12 and 12, but he's gonna try other things. He's gonna try to run small ball hard, which is what we saw against the Pelicans. He might run the RJ at the 4. Who knows?
If Randle don't play game 1, Obi will be a good change of pace, and it'll actually throw the Cavs off.
If he's hitting threes, for sure. Cause
it'll throw him off, and what I mean by that is just how he's going to play off of Brunson. I think they'll be afraid to really double Brunson with Obi out there because Obi's going to be constantly moving, and you're going to have to count for him. You're going to have to count for him.
It's one of those things where, if it makes sense, if Obi could shoot 40% from the 3-point line, but Mobley wouldn't check him he wouldn't be on him as much as he would be next to Randle, even if Randle was shooting whatever percentage from 3. Like, there's a certain like amount of respect and honor and like in my mind and how I see JB's Bickerstaff run his rotations and his defensive alignments. If someone's like a star at the 4, Mobley's like plastered all over him. Yeah. If you're a nobody at the 4, if you're a regular role player, even if you're a 40% 3-point shooter, Mobley's cheating a little bit because your threes don't hurt as much as the star getting hot, no matter what it is. You can hit 4 or 5 threes, bro. A star getting hot is getting 35, 40 points. That's just how priorities work.
Right.
So it's one of those things where they pick and choose who they want to like help and cheat off of. And when we talk about RJ is going to have to attack closeouts. RJ is going to have some sort of movement away from the ball. He's going to have to do things with the extra space that they allot him. And
because they're going to play off of him.
He's going to have like, and these are one of the things that like RJ is actually good at, which we don't utilize enough. We're going to see the Cavs throw out a zone at us just to junk it up here and there. And you can bet your life on that. And RJ's pretty solid at getting to the middle of the court and making the right decision from there. It's just we don't see a ton of it because if you're gonna run zone against us, then you're giving Brunson free reign a lot of the times to just figure out and pick the spots. But it's gonna be a chess game for sure.
Okay. You know who else gonna be a problem too for them?
Yeah.
Ihart is gonna be a problem.
Yeah.
His passing ability is going to be a problem for them.
Right.
Because he operates when teams run that zone. He'll get in the middle of the pin and drop that back door off. They better watch the back door.
You know what's like crazy? I think like Ihart might actually be better when you gotta go small and like not even with Obi. Like if it's Ihart and Josh Hart at the 4, and like a couple other like wings, because like the Cavs bench isn't big, and they aren't necessarily good. So you could get away with running Josh Hart at the 4 against backup units, and Josh Hart and his mobility, along with like another couple guards or wings. Like hypothetically speaking, if we came out into the second quarter, and we went to the bench, and you've seen a lineup of IQ, Grimes, RJ, Hart, and Isaiah Hartenstein, just playing off of his passing ability and getting up and down, and you know how IQ loves to push the pace. That could be an issue. That could be an issue for them in their second unit because they have no depth like that.
They don't have an answer for IQ. I'm gonna go ahead and tell y'all that right now. How much? I would love to know what.
Who they gonna put on them? Rubio?
I would love to know what IQ averaged against Cleveland this season.
I can tell you. Let me see.
I would love to know what he averaged against them because to me it seemed like they don't have an answer, and that's our advantage in this series. Our bench is definitely better than their bench.
Both guards and front court.
And I think they don't have an answer for Julius. I'm sorry, they ain't gonna have an answer for Julius, man. Julius is gonna punish them, man. He's gonna punish them.
So IQ averaged 10.5 points against Cleveland.
This year or for the whole year? For his whole career?
This is showing this year.
Damn, yeah.
Boy, that don't even seem right.
10.5 is what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
But it's not like he took a lot of shots either.
Yeah, he didn't.
Yeah, so you got to shoot it in order to score.
Yeah.
We also got to take into account. Look at when the games happened.
Yeah.
Like he didn't hit his stride until around around the beginning of January.
Right.
And he already played Cleveland about 2 times.
Yeah. Yeah, and he
just played him about 2 times by then.
Yeah, he wasn't playing that well at that time, at that point.
Yeah.
And what was his point totals in them last 2 games against him?
9 and 14. The first 2 was 7 and 12.
Yeah.
Man, that seemed weird.
Yeah.
I can't even remember having seen quickly with that kind of stat line. I couldn't tell you the last time I seen him score that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I wanted to jump in on the Obi thing. The Obi thing with this conversation, it sounds like we found a scapegoat to promote another player. Now, Knicks fans, we do it every year. Every year, we pick out one player to bash relentlessly. Every year we do
sir.
it. Every year we do it every year without fail. We'll even go back in the day and pick out a player to bash. Hoodie Cap still bash John Starks to this day, right? Over one game. John Starks played it 10 years with the Knicks, and Hoodie Cap pick out one game, right? And this year, RJ Barrett is the scapegoat. Last year it was Julius Randle. The year before that it was Elfrid Payton. The year before that it was Julius Randle. The year before that it was Emmanuel Mudiay. We do it like every year. I don't have an issue with that. What I would
the year before that, Lance Thomas?
The year before that, it may have been, but we'll pick a guy. Just in any given, Lance Thomas, Jarrett Jeffries. I mean, we'll pick a guy and bash him. My thing with Obi is, and maybe I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, listen. If I'm wrong, I'll admit I'm wrong, right? Mm-hmm. But my thing is, we're discussing tonight the potential of Obi Toppin, right? And the one decent team he played in this stretch where he emerged, shut him down. Right? The other team, we know the Pacers tanking. Right? If Obi was this good, how did Obi have his team lose in a meaningless game 82? I mean, it's all these things. I want Obi to be a quality NBA player. Right? I want Obi to, because for one, either if he is, he helps us. If he's not with us, then he helps us get somebody, that helps us, right? But man, Obi scoring 30 points against the Pacers, I don't want to, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to go through these things like this no more, because we've seen Grimes over the last 2 months elevate his game, and it was consistent against everyone. And the last 4 months, we've seen quickly elevate his game, and it was consistent against everyone. Once Hartenstein got healthy from the Achilles injury and stuff, Hartenstein was consistently better against everyone. But Obi Toppin, we cherry picked 2 meaningless games against teams that wasn't playing anybody. They wasn't even playing defense, and now we're talking about Obi Toppin minutes. And Obi Toppin, of all those dudes I mentioned, Obi is older than all those dudes I mentioned. The thing with Obi is
he's
that
older than Hartenstein?
Yes, they're the same age. Yeah, him. Yeah. Yeah. The thing is with Obi, I would buy into the Obi conversation if we instead of seeing 2 30-point games against the Pacers, who were not even playing for anything. If it had been a slow burn since January up until this point, and we met a crescendo like what Grimes is doing, I would be bought into it. Or if it was like the quickly ascent, a slow ascent over time, I would be bought into it, man. But the Obi Toppin versus the Pacers thing, I just can't co-sign. And listen, if I'm wrong, y'all point it out to me. If I'm down on Obi for no reason.
I mean, he got a short sample. I mean that thing is short.
Right.
We all know that. I mean, anybody who's saying that Obi is the man, he need all these sort of minutes and all that. Nah. Obi's still green.
Right.
He's still green. I mean, I don't know how many minutes he done played in his NBA career, but Obi's still green.
Right.
You know what I mean? And when we talk about scapegoat, hey, Julius Randle is the biggest scapegoat. Make no mistake about it. Yeah, RJ finally getting some of that heat, and rightfully deserved. But I was on a chat today, and I was looking. Don't you know somebody had the nerve to put in the chat, and I ain't going to even call their name. They happened to put in the chat that the Knicks need to go get Zion and trade Julius Randle.
Right.
And you know what I did when I saw that? After I saw that?
Block? I hope you blocked him.
I turned my phone off.
Right.
I said, I can't believe somebody asking for Zion who can't stay healthy.
Right. Right.
You gotta hit the block for that.
Humpty hump.
Right. Yeah, and with them, and personally, what I say to Knicks fans is root for the team how you want to root for it. A lot like when cats say stuff like, trade Randle for Zion, even though I don't agree, I'm like, you know what I'm saying, that's ridiculous, but that's their thing. I ain't ready.
Yeah, they can have it.
They can have. But don't force it on me, though.
That's going to be better than 25 and 10 at that power forward position. Right. I know there's only one person, and he ain't coming here, and that's Giannis.
Right.
That's playing better than Julius at that position.
Right. I'm not. Listen, with like the odd narratives and stuff, I'm open-minded, right? If I feel strongly about something, I'm gonna stand my ground. If I'm wrong about something, I'll admit I'm wrong. Right? Here's the thing. And you're gonna change based on the evidence that's given. Right. Right. You ain't gonna just stick to a narrative on a player. A player played good 2 years ago, and you still talking about he great and all that, and you see him right before your eyes. They're stinking the joint up. Right. That's disingenuous for anybody to be like that. You got it. The narrative, and when I hear people say, "Oh, people change the narrative," you think the narrative's gonna stay the same? Narratives are based on information. Right. You got to adjust. People do that though. People keep receipts. That's their slogan. I got receipts. You didn't like him this year. You know why I didn't like him? Because he wasn't playing good. Right. If he playing good, I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna be fair down the line. Right. But that's the kind of stuff, man. Oh man, that's just like them kids, man. That cut up in school, man. They get that phone call at home. The teacher telling the parents what the kid doing. Oh, not my Johnny. Right. Man, come on, man. Stop with that. Right. That's my thing about Obi. Right. Because he's polarizing too, Freezie. He's a polarizing figure. But he shouldn't be, man. He shouldn't be. To me, he should be getting the same treatment as a Miles McBride. I'm gonna tell you, if I was him, and I would have went to that front office, Freezie, for the sake of my career, and I said, hey, look. I understand, what I mean? Y'all drafted me. I love being here. This is my hometown. Y'all know. This is the team I rooted for as a kid. But for the sake of my career, I understand what's going on. Julius Randle doing this thing. Please move me somewhere where, I can opportunity. He ain't, but who is going to trade for Obi Toppin? Somebody will trade for him. No.
Freezie, the same way we gave up a first for Cam Reddish, man.
Somebody will trade for him. No, ain't nobody doing it. Think about this. What? Okay, so here's the thing, right? Yeah. If a team is not gonna trade for John Collins, they ain't trading for Obi. You know what?
John Collins' money is ridiculous.
Right. You remember that?
Hold on. Let me finish.
Go ahead, Freezie. Go ahead.
So the John Collins thing is in a perspective. It's like John Collins, sure, he makes $25 million, right? But Obi is extension eligible at the end of this season. Not meaning he will get an extension, but he's eligible, right? Mm-hmm. And at the same time, John Collins has at least been productive as a starter in the league, right? If you start John Collins away from just in any system, John Collins is every night an 18-8 guy off the rip, regardless. With Obi, you're banking on Obi having tremendous upside if you acquire him, right? You're banking on the untapped potential, but are you really? Because Obi's 25. You know what I'm saying? Obi and John Collins are around the same age, right? And the thing is you're not going to just pay Obi the contract extension. You got to pay the team the asset to get Obi. Now, is Obi worth 18 to 22 mil a year as a starting power forward, and say either the protected first round pick or the 4 second-round picks you're gonna give up for Obi? And if you're the Knicks, do you take 4 second-round picks for Obi, knowing that you drafted him 8? So it's a lot of things that go into it, including dudes that are gonna step back in the league. Do you take a chance on Miles Bridges or Obi Toppin? I can sign Miles Bridges for free. I just got to deal with the drama. I got to pay for Obi and pay his contract.
But what kind of contract is Obi gonna command, Freezie? But the thing is I know this. Chicago. He was in that deal to go to Chicago for Zach LaVine.
Right.
He was in the deal. He was in the deal to go to Utah for Donovan Mitchell.
Right.
He was in the deal. Indiana was looking at him too.
I was gonna. My
what
fault.
team will
Go ahead.
try to get Obi? There's teams out there that would get him, and there's teams that ain't going nowhere that's looking for potential talent. Heck, I'm gonna tell you this: if Kevin Knox can get picked up by a team, you telling me Obi can't get picked up? Man, India stop playing basketball.
Right. So the situations are different. And in the Knox deal, you traded two similar players, right? If we're getting an OB in return, if somebody is giving us their OB so that we can give them our OB, then okay. If somebody gonna give us their OB for OB, then is it not worth considering?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you're looking for a role player,
right?
Obi's a role player. He'll have a spot.
Would the Lakers do Ron? Would the Lakers do OB for Jared Vanderbilt?
No.
Why not?
Vanderbilt plays both sides of the ball.
Vanderbilt has a defined role in this league that's going to be the same no matter where you're going to go. A lot of teams can use that. Like, he has winning attributes.
Would you
Obi just is scoring.
Dre, would Minnesota trade Jaden McDaniels for Obi?
Hell no.
Younger, more.
Would the Nets trade Cam Johnson for Obi?
No.
Okay. This is a simple one. Kyle Kuzma in a sign-in trade from Washington. Would Washington trade?
Stop, Freezie.
No. He not even a guy. It's a sign-in trade. They gonna lose Kyle Kuzma anyway.
Oh.
Think about, he a free agent.
They could get more than Obi for that. I mean, yeah, they can. If they're doing the sign-in trade, they can get more than that for
Obi. They get Obi and somebody else.
They get Obi and a pick or two.
Yeah.
Would Toronto consider OG Anunoby for Obi? And I know OG Anunoby is better. I'm just talking about in an Obi and a pick thing deal.
No. You know they were asking for 3 first-rounders for that, man.
Ain't no way.
Okay, well.
I said what they were asking, not what they're going to get.
Yeah, I hear you.
Would Indiana consider Miles Turner just throwing a shot in the dog?
No.
Freezie, you know what would be an ideal spot for Obi would be Detroit.
No, I think the best place for Obi would be literally the Pacers, and to mirror the whole Cam Reddish thing. You know, we traded Knox and a late first rounder essentially for Cam Reddish.
So basically, you gave up 2 first rounders to get Cam.
And essentially, what we would be asking for is the Cavs sent the Pacers a late first rounder this year, which is what we did. We had like a late first from the Charlotte Hornets. The Pacers have the Cavs late first rounder. Would you trade Obi for the 26th overall pick in this draft? This draft right now. A player like hold on. Would you take Jordan Noir, the 26th pick in this draft, for Obi?
Yes. And not because, and I would do that if I'm the Knicks, so that I can reset the rookie scale. That's it. The only reason. Mm-hmm. So I can get rid of Obi money and give it to a young power forward like G.G. Jackson or somebody, whoever's down there, and have him on a brand new rookie scale where I won't have to extend the player. For that reason, I could take part of that money and worry about Quentin Grimes' extension next summer.
And you know another reason why I would do that is because I get a player in here that fits more of a Tibbs mold. Because for as much as I do like things about Obi, I got to be 100%. Obi don't fit Tibbs. He's not a Tibbs type player.
We drafted Obi to replace Randle, and Randle turned into a superstar. So
exactly, and Tibbs didn't draft Obi. That was Leon's doing.
Leon's son, like that. Like matter of fact, Obi could be any type of player in the world, and we probably would have took him because of the connection.
And then think about this too. The Knicks were trying to rebuild their image too. That was the image pick too.
Yeah,
right.
The New York kid. But I feel like if Obi was any position, we would have took him just because of the connections.
Right. We got that part. But you know what? One thing that y'all don't talk about, and I think it's because we like bashing scapegoats instead of dealing with reality stuff. The fact is, year one, Randle had a terrible season.
Right.
Oh, you talking with Fizdale?
He had a terrible season.
Tornado Randle.
Right. And the Knicks drafted his replacement, right? The Knicks drafted his replacement to come in here and basically being the smiley guy face of the franchise, right?
Mm-hmm.
What happened from day one of that new regime, because Tom Thibodeau had no attachment to Randle, Leon Rose had no attachment to Julius Randle, this new regime had no attachment to Randle. What Randle did from day one through today is beat out Obi every single day that they've been together. Randle has beat out Obi Toppin every single day in every single way, and all we talk about is what Julius Randle did wrong. They both had a brand new, fresh start, clean slate, and Julius Randle took the position in training camp by storm, made the All-Star team, was All NBA, the team in the playoffs, and all we talk about is it's not fair that Obi don't get no minutes. Hold on, man, let me finish. Let me finish.
I got
bro,
you.
I sat here, I ain't say a word, I'll let y'all cook. I just want to jump in just a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is this. Julius Randle beat out Obi every day in every single way, right? We talk about Obi not getting a fair shot, right? But the thing we never talk about is, you know what? Obi outplayed Randle today. Maybe they do need to. Maybe Obi earned more minutes. We rarely have that conversation. Is what I'm getting at.
Mm-hmm.
The organization ties, like y'all said, were to Obi.
Yeah.
They drafted Obi. You don't think the organization wanted Obi to win?
Absolutely.
Of course they did.
Because they was even trying to trade Julius. Say nobody would take Julius when they first came. That's the reason why Julius stayed.
But the thing is, I'm saying is as Knicks fans, when are we gonna take into account let the best man win? Is that not what we always wanted in the first place?
Freezie, you know what it is? I know that's what I want, but I ain't stupid. As long as I've been a Knicks fan, it is politics with the Knicks. You know what I mean? It's definitely politics with the Knicks, and it always has been. And I don't think that'll ever change until, who's in control ain't in control no more.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I was gonna say Freezie. I was gonna say he had every chance in the world to Kobe Bryant to Julius's Eddie Jones, and it never happened.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. That door has always been open for him, but he ain't walked through it, and that's why I say for me, when I look at Obi and I'm giving my personal assessment on how I feel about it, to me I've never seen a college national player of the year seem like he's comfortable coming off the bench.
Right.
Gotta remember he was 22 when he did that. He wasn't 19. He wasn't 20.
Yeah, but even at any age,
still though, like, gotta take into account he basically was a grown man compared to a lot of his competition.
And guess what, Dre? That was the norm years ago.
Yeah, but
in
it ain't
the
now.
era, that was more the norm. What we saw with Obi playing all those years and coming out, that's how it was. Players was playing longer and coming in the league as grown men and knowing their game.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's why I said I've never seen a national player of the league, national player of college come in and look like they're comfortable. Heck, look at Jalen Brunson. Jalen Brunson was never comfortable being no bitch in that bench role.
Right.
So much so that man took a gamble on himself and said, you know what? I'm getting out of Dallas. I'm not staying in Luka's shadow.
Right.
See, that's what I'm talking about, mentality. And Obi don't seem to me, he don't seem to have that mentality.
Right. Yeah, but and Dre, you bring up a good point too. I wanted to state the thing, the obvious thing for the record, because a lot of times, all of us, we are all guilty of it. And instead of like we speak to the buzz topic of the day, as to speaking to things like idealism and the way we live our normal life. In our normal life, it's let the best man win. In competition, whoever is better, they get the spoils, right? Yeah. But in this thing with the Knicks, we fantasize about this thing of, oh, what would this team look like if it's quickly Grimes and Obi constantly running up and down the floor and all these things. But you know what though? Grimes showed that he deserved to be where he at. Quickly showed he deserved to be where he at. But we want to spoon feed Obi. Why is that? Why don't we just admit that every draft pick that you make is not going to be ideal?
Right. Those guys are late first round picks. They had to. They're not even making a fraction of what Obi made just off of draft position.
Right.
And way outperforming him. And I'm gonna tell you what. I'm glad you brought up Grimes because, you know, hey, this fan base was up in arms. He was a polarizing figure coming into this season.
Right.
People was mad that we didn't trade him for Donovan, but look how that played out for the New York Knicks. And you got people still crying about that trade not being done. And it ain't like Cleveland, the number one seed in the league. We right behind them. Oh, and that's right. And we playing them in the playoffs.
Let RJ or Grimes outscore Donovan Mitchell in any one of these games. That'll automatically write that trade off. Period. As it wasn't worth it in just one game.
Yeah, let Grimes outscore and lock him up in the same game.
Just let it happen one time.
That's what they're gonna say. Leon, you was a genius for that move.
Right. You know, and the reason, and listen, I'm not tripping about the way people root for their team and all of that stuff. What I'm saying in real life, say your grandbaby out here playing Little League and he on the bench, right? The dudes on the field is stinking it up. But in practice, your grandson is the best player out here, right? You like, why my grandbaby ain't playing and y'all got all these clowns playing again? You know what I'm saying? And then you like, this ain't fair. And then the thing with Obi is Obi Toppin in my mind, what the Knicks have done to me is a perfect example of competition, letting competition dictate who plays, right? Because if you notice, the Knicks played Cam Reddish at the beginning of the season. Knicks fans all summer, we want Cam, and I was in that group. We want Cam, man, Cam. We want Cam. Well, Cam came out here, and you see what Cam Reddish gave you, right? Grimes was in a walking boot, right? Cam did all that stuff, right? And Tom Thibodeau said, listen, man, enough is enough with this Cam Reddish foolishness. The Knicks were 10-13, right? They take Cam and crazy glue him to the bench. And Grimes gorilla glue him to the bench and duct tape, right? And staples. And Grimes is the unquestioned starter going forward. And since that day, the Knicks are 13 games over 500.
And Tim looked like a genius for that move.
Right. Freezie, like we don't even take into account, like if we were in the Knicks practices, somebody getting their ass whooped in practice.
Right.
And it's probably showing up on the court.
Right.
And it's probably Cam getting his ass whooped in practice.
Right.
That's why he's not playing on the court.
And we know Cam was a rogue agent when it comes to running that offense. He'll break the offense.
Right. Right.
It's one of those weird things, man. It's one of those weird things, man. Because I feel like it's we gave Obi every chance in the world.
Yeah, he done had his shot, man. It's time for Obi to move on from Obi.
Yeah,
I got to admit it because that is the position of upgrade. And you know what, Freezie, I'm glad you brought that up because I said this to Soul Figure, man. Me and him was talking one day. I said, you know what? I said, Knicks fans cry about how much minutes Julius get. I said, you know why Julius getting all those minutes? is because the guy behind him ain't playing like him, ain't playing close to how he plays.
Right.
You got to ask yourself, when you see a player get a ton of minutes, who is the guy behind him?
Right.
You know what I mean? Do they fit the style of game that the coach wants?
It's Todd Hilton.
Tibbs is defense first.
And I give you another example. Like, remember at the beginning of the year when Hartenstein wasn't playing that well? Mitchell Robinson was clearing there 30 minutes a game,
and Sims was playing.
Mm-hmm.
And then when he got better, he earned the minutes.
Right.
Yep.
If Obi was playing anywhere near Randle's level, Obi would get 20 minutes a night just because.
Randle minutes.
He would play alongside Randle.
I was just about to say that. The thing about this is when cream rises to the top, you make room for it. Right?
Yes,
If you ever notice when you pour your soda in a glass and the foam coming up, it will push your straw out the glass. Right? Am I lying?
You're right.
Am I lying? If Obi was really this good, Tom Thibodeau would be making room for him.
Somebody's snoring, man. What you dream about?
Obi.
Please go ahead, man.
Yeah, and I'm not bashing Obi, bro. I'm not bashing a young Knicks player.
You just call it what it is.
What I'm saying is we begged for this for years, right? Me and Ron and others used to sit on late night YouTube joints
and cry.
So, and wondering why Joakim Noah is pulling down his pants in the middle of the street.
Oh,
right?
Man.
We out here wondering why Cole Aldridge is tipping the ball in the other team basket every game.
Boy, that's a name I ain't heard in years.
Right. And now that we actually have guys that are elevating themselves and their game up the depth chart, like Quickly wasn't given this.
No,
he earned this. Grimes wasn't given this. Grimes earned this, bro. Julius Randle.
You had to wait 3 years to earn it. Like, he didn't even get to start.
Right. That's what, and Julius Randle. Yeah, I remember we were trying to boo Julius Randle out the city. He came to us like a man, apologized, and then made the All-Star team the next year.
Yeah, Spin Master.
Right, bro. I mean, and so when we talk about Obi, we like, yo, well, why don't we give Obi a chance? How about why not have Obi earn it? Josh Hart.
This year, 3 for Obi, right?
Yes, Ron. Josh Hart got off the airplane about it.
Played more minutes.
Am I lying? Yo, Josh Hart off the airplane came here and made an impact, and Obi been here the whole time. Right? And we like, well, Tibbs ain't giving Obi a fair shot. It's not right. Really? Josh Hart got here day one. From day one, he got Josh Hart. I don't know if y'all remember this or not, but as soon as Josh Hart entered the game, we clapped. We were like, yay, there he is. But he went in and got a rebound in traffic, and we was like, holy crap. Is this the energy we wanted from Cam Reddish?
Giving up his body and everything.
He hit the ground running from day one.
Looked like he'd been on the team.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Like, sometimes we pick out a scapegoat, somebody to bash in order to uplift another guy, instead of saying.
Freezie, for me with Obi, and I stick out to this. Obi need to ask for a trade. He needs to go to the front office quietly and ask for a trade.
Yeah. Just like Cam Reddish did with Atlanta.
Yeah, just go ask for a trade, man. You don't fit what Tibbs wants to do. He doesn't, and if you want the opportunity to possibly get a chance to be a starter in this league and not just be
a second
somebody
contract,
who just sit mired on the end of the bench, getting minimal minutes. You know what I mean? You need to do what's best for your career, and I know it's probably hard for him because he's from the city, and it's the team he grew up rooting for.
Right.
So it's got to be emotional for him. But hey, man, if it's me, like they say, man, sometimes home ain't good for you.
Yeah.
We did him a solid. We gave him damn near $35 million just to be a backup.
Right. And the thing is, if you're a Knicks fan, I was talking to a lady that occupies the same space. I ain't gonna say her name, right? But I asked her, yo, when people get in your chat, are they more concerned about uplifting a certain player? Are they fanboys of a certain player, or do they want the team to win championships? And the answer was so easy. It was like, man, you know, they just want to uplift their fanboy. They fanboys of a certain player.
I tell you what, I ain't attached to no players. I'm attached to progress. If you're in the way of progress, I'm detaching myself from you.
Man,
you know
like
what I mean?
people.
And I had to adopt that. I told you all the story about that. Patrick Ewing made me adopt that.
Right.
I quit watching basketball when the Knicks got rid of Patrick Ewing.
You gotta look at it. You gotta look at it black and white as a numbers game. Because if you attach yourself like these players are wrestlers or something, and you're like a 10-year-old, then you're gonna get attached to a losing wrestler and a losing script that's never gonna be a champion.
Right.
And you're gonna get your feelings hurt at some point. At some point, you're gonna get your feelings hurt.
So it's like this is how I've maintained from the beginning. Anybody can go on this roster if it brings me closer to a title. Anybody.
And Freezie.
Right.
Y'all, you know, I even hear that they talk about that a lot, especially in sports, man. Like, especially like in the NFL. You know, like knowing when to get off of a player.
Right.
Knowing when not getting too close to players, man.
Right.
You know what I mean? You start getting emotionally involved, you get attached. You know what I mean? And I'm going to tell you, I remember me and Soulfinger was talking about this, and I told him, I said, you know, if I would have kept my show, it was one thing that I always said I would never do. There's one thing I always said, Freezie. I would never do it. I would never interview a current Knicks player. I would not do it.
Right.
And I'm going to tell you why. Because once you do that, even if it ain't the case for you, the perception is you attach to that player.
Right. Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And to keep the lines not blurred, I would not even go there. Once you retire, yeah, I'll interview you. But not no current player. No way. Jose.
Right. Right. Yeah. Right. And the thing is like I know occasionally sometimes I get labeled the Randle homer or whatever. Right. My deal is with Randle, and I say this often. It's like I gotta say it once a week. I don't know why. Maybe I need to get it, put it on the screen. But my thing with Randle is not that I like Julius Randle. I like what Randle did when he became a Knick. Because before him, y'all remember Henry Ellington? Remember Henry Ellington came here?
Trash.
And Cash was calling him King Henry, and they were saying MVP at the free throw line because he scored 8 points against the Pistons in the third quarter. They had the free throw line 10 MVP. We the laughing stock. Y'all remember Derek Williams? 6'9" power forward, number 2 pick in the draft.
Out of Arizona, wasn't he?
Yep, he came here and he was a bust. Yep. Who don't remember Noah Vonleh throwing full court passes straight to Donovan Mitchell? Not Donovan Mitchell, but straight to Victor Oladipo. Bro, how you do the same thing 3 times to the same player?
Man, there was times the Knicks were so bad we watching Madison Square Garden and watching them cheer for other players.
Wow, Manchild said, I can't wait to see Randle stink it up in the play. Wow, you rooting against your own team? Manchild, you rooting against your own team? That's got to
be a troll.
That's got to be the joke of the night. I'm just laughing with Manchild about that. Yeah,
I'm gonna tell you, as much as I've been on RJ head, I'm hoping the boy play good, man.
Right.
Because if he plays good, that means the Knicks got an overwhelming shot at winning that series.
Right.
Like I told y'all, that's my X factor. That's who I'm keeping my eyes on. If he plays good, I'm gonna give him his flowers, and I'm gonna be a happy man because if he plays good, I know we gonna be straight.
Right.
If RJ gives you consistently good minutes, we pose issues for every team in the league. Right. I'm not saying we're gonna beat every team in the league, but like anybody that were to play us, if they beat us, they losing in the next round because we beating them the hell up.
Right.
Well, it's gonna be a problem. Nobody want to see the New York Knicks in the playoffs, man. I'm convinced that ain't no team in the East want to see the Knicks in the playoffs. Because
like Cleveland, like Ron, like for instance, we get by this series, we see the Bucks next round. We might lose to the Bucks in 6 games, right? But we already done softened them up
for them to go home.
Yeah, and in the next round,
the conference finals.
Yeah.
We lumping them up for sure. They not running through us 4 games.
Nah,
they gonna be
getting swept by nobody.
Yeah, they're gonna be that. Yeah, basically our role is to be like the Miami Dolphins of the '80s. Just rough people up and then lose so somebody can go and win the championship. That's their role.
And that's okay for this part of our progression in
right,
our
that's
franchise.
What we were, Freezie. We was a team that caused problems in the '80s for Buffalo. That's why Buffalo never got over.
Wait a minute, did you say we?
Yeah, my Dolphins.
Oh,
I'm speaking French.
God dog it. Oh,
that's what all the French I know.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
The last time they won, I was born.
Right.
Hey, that's the last. Hey, perfect season, man. Put some respect on that.
Wow.
Wow. Hey, Corey, that's the last time I was born too, man. Both the teams I root for in sports, them boys ain't won a championship since the '70s.
Right.
Around the same time.
Right.
Wow, God bless you.
It's one of those things where I could talk about the team, but you for sure can't talk about the team.
Yeah. Right. At least I got a chance to see my Braves win 2 times.
Oh, God.
You know what I mean?
Oh.
Yeah.
That's a weird combination. Like, yeah, Knicks, Braves, and my. That's like a combination of like rivals from within the city that hate everything about those teams.
Hey, Dre, this is the thing. Growing up in Carolina, people say, man, how you like the Dolphins and Carolina Panthers? There was no Panthers when I was coming up.
Right. That makes complete sense.
Hey, Miami Dolphins stayed on TV.
Hey, so you probably didn't rock with Atlanta.
And Atlanta Falcons was trash.
They were sorry.
So I wasn't watching them. You know what I mean? Dan
Still
Marino,
are.
when I saw Dan Marino, that was a rep. You know, and I stayed with him. And when it came to baseball, growing up in Carolina, all you gonna see is the Atlanta Braves.
TBS.
You know what I mean? That's all you gonna see is the Braves. And when it came to the Knicks, it was all about Patrick Ewing. Patrick Ewing was at Georgetown.
That was your man.
And when he came to the Knicks, it wasn't too far before I came to upstate New York in '91. You know what I mean? So I was like, hey, my guy here, this is where I'm gonna be. And when Patrick got traded, boy, I'm telling you, boy, I was so mad. And then I had to sit back and I had to examine. And I started looking. I said, well, hold up. I said, Patrick, you're the star player. You don't want to go to the bench. And you know you can't put him on the bench. And then I'm watching Patrick Ewing being one of the last person getting up on the floor on them breaks and stuff. I said, yeah, I understand why they moved him.
When you see him on the bench with 3 pounds of ice on his knees.
Exactly. It was Patrick should have retired. You know, instead of getting traded by the Knicks. But his pride was such a huge dude. I understand, man.
When you get that good at a when you get that good at whatever it is you do, you have a certain pride.
Yeah.
And that's what takes you to being that good at whatever you
And I'm gonna tell you,
work.
Patrick Ewing spoiled us as Knicks fans back then, man. Because I mean, we stayed in the playoffs, and we wasn't no one and done. We stayed in the playoffs.
You took it for granted. Well, people took it for granted.
Actually did. Until him leave.
Management took it for granted.
Manager was like a revolving door.
Oh man, it was a mess. It was a mess.
It don't matter who. Like from looking at it, like Pat had 4 or 5 different coaches. Same result regardless of the coach, regardless of philosophy, regardless of coach philosophy. Y'all going to the playoffs or Patrick back.
He's gonna carry you. He's gonna carry you.
No matter what.
And if Pat could have been, if Pat could have been 80% of himself when we got Camby. When we got Camby and Spree, we'd have got them boys 2 years sooner. A couple banners might have been hanging in Madison right now.
Man, if Pat didn't even get hurt in '99.
Yeah, that definitely would have been the one they would have got.
Like they could have pulled out their Twin Towers. We would have had our own Twin Towers at the time.
Who was gonna stop him and Camby?
You know, and then all the injuries we had as well.
And I'm gonna tell you, that's a guy who don't get enough credit neither, man. Camby was really like a hybrid when he came through, man. Stuff he was doing for his size.
Yeah, the Camby thing is, Camby would have made a lot more money right now than back then.
Right.
Because there's always room for an athletic rim runner with tons of energy, protect the rim, can score a little bit too if you gave him the rock. Like you know how people look at Nick Claxton? That was Camby.
Exactly.
Nick Claxton about to get paid. Nick Claxton is good. He's a good player. Nick Claxton is a good player. I'm not about to lie to you.
I like that kid.
But we talking about body type, athleticism. Like they had the wiry strength.
And Camby's defense was immaculate.
Right. Especially for that era. Because back then it was bruiser bigs, and he had to withstand the pressure and the weight of bigger centers. Now centers ain't that big no more. Outside of Joel and Jokic,
and it wasn't no zone defense neither.
Right. Mm-hmm. No, what no zone defense. Yeah, man.
And you have to guard even. If you didn't guard, you wasn't playing back then.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's gonna be interesting to watch this series, man. I hate that we gotta wait as long as we gotta wait.
Well,
I hate it, but hey, let Randle heal up, take as much time and heal up.
That's the whole benefit of this whole thing. Him and Brunson both get to heal.
And I feel like if the playoffs were to start last week, Randle would have been ready in my mind. He would have won.
They would have given him one of them shots. They would have given him one of them shots, them cortisone shots that last about 6 months.
Like, I like if it was last week, he would have played, but they knew, like, yo, we about to lock up the seed, take some time off, get your mind right, get your body right, relax, stay at home with the family, bring them to games if you want to, get your mind right, get your body right. We need you all in upstairs and with your body.
Dre, I think you're absolutely right, because this injury occurred after Randle had that stupid meltdown.
Right.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And so the injury, all of that stuff. That's what I'm saying, man. This season, I know we want to blame scapegoats. I know we want to fire Tibbs. I know we hate the front office. I know we want Obi to be the league MVP. I know all these things. But right now, I think our focus should be like, and this is just me giving advice. I'm not telling you to do it. But everything is coming together for this team, and we are looking the other way on stuff like a WWE ref. The action right here, and we looking in the. Dre, you watch wrestling?
Yeah, of course.
You ever notice how the referee is always conveniently turned the other way when something's going on?
And then getting kicked upside the back of the head,
right,
and out of the whole match for like 10 minutes.
For like 10 minutes. Yeah, I
wake up in time to pin the man.
Yeah.
To cut the man out.
Yeah, meanwhile, dudes done got hit with tables, ladders, and chairs. And so what I'm getting at, what I'm getting at this year is I understand the Obi talk, and I'm not telling Obi fans not to do it. Because listen, Obi has a hive. And if I said anything about Obi that offended you, you are in the Obi hive.
You gonna get a citation, Freezie. Better relax.
Yeah, I know. But there was, but Ron, do you remember when I used to call Frank Ntilikina a 6'4" power forward? Remember that? Remember why I used to call him a 6'4" Tree Rollins? Remember how mad people used to get?
Mm-hmm.
Now where Frank at? Out of town on the Greyhound.
Frank looked like he about to start his modeling career.
Yeah, and it won't be NBA jerseys either.
Shout out to the all-time Dallas Maverick, Frank Ntilikina.
Freezie, I can admit that was one I got wrong right there, boy. I thought that guy was gonna be a problem.
Hey, you don't know what relief I had when I didn't have to defend him anymore.
Bro, and Ron, you know this too. It's like these hives when like all you do is call it down the middle. Like when you call it down the middle on RJ Barrett, the RJ Barrett hive don't want to hear it.
Yeah, the truth always hurts, man. Truth hurts.
Right. That's
I don't think the RJ hive is as strong as the Frank hive.
No.
For production for if we're comparing ratio of production to support, it ain't even close.
You're right because and then there's the contingent too is you had the French connection too now. Yeah. That's another thing that you know what I mean that contingent is like, hey, you can't say nothing but Frank.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I'm gonna tell you, what I think what it was with Frank is that we were starving for a point guard for so long that we finally drafted one. Yeah. And I know for me, I think I gave him the leash was a little bit too long,
right? And
made excuses about this coach, he got this coach, he got that coach. But man, just like you said, Freezie, one thing that I always know in sports, if you got it, you got it, and the best players gonna play on the team. That's gonna always happen.
It happens, bro.
And if it don't happen, somebody need to be fired.
Right, and I'll give this example a lot, right? Think about the Chicago Bulls. Think about all the draft picks the Chicago Bulls got wrong before they called in and said the name Michael Jordan.
Oof. Well, they were laughing stocks.
Right. No organization gets their draft picks right all the time. You know what I'm saying? I mean, all the names they used to say. Man, I think they got Orlando Woolridge right? But all the other ones, bro, you're like, what in the world?
They missed a lot.
They missed on a lot, and the Knicks missed too. And Obi might be a miss. It's something that we might have to live with. But I'm not saying that there is something wrong with the fans if Obi is a swing and miss. What I'm saying is there's something wrong with holding on to it when you know it's a swing and miss.
Yeah. You gotta know. There's a time when you know you gotta cut your losses. Like, okay, you done seen enough of this player. And typically for me, I'm gonna give you your rookie contract.
Right.
I'm gonna give you that. And once them 4 years, I can't keep defending you. And sometimes, let's face it, everybody don't pop with their first team. Mm-hmm. Everybody don't pop with their first team. Sometimes they gotta go someplace else. And we definitely seen that in New York City. The lights, man. Them lights, man. People say. People come to New York, man, they be balling elsewhere, and they be like a deer in headlights.
Hey, Ron, you know what? One of your homeboys, or one of our homeboys, one of our mutual friends called me and told me RJ was trash. He's like, RJ trash? I don't know why you be defending RJ. And I'm like, so you mean trash like Frank Ntilikina? He's like, no, Frank wasn't trash. Frank just didn't get a fair shot. They gave RJ Barrett a long leash, and then I'm like, well, trash like Kevin Knox? No, that Knox was soft. He ain't take the game. He a kid. He playing Fortnite. And I'm like, trash like Obi? Obi ain't trash, right? And I'm like, well, of all those picks, RJ Barrett is the one that is averaging 18 points per game in the league, right? Why can't we just let RJ live a little bit? Why we always got to eat our young? Had the same conversation about Porzingis. You remember when Porzingis was dunking on people? People like, well, he only get 5.5 rebounds. He's 9 foot tall. Why he only grabbing 5 boards? Remember that?
The man played on the perimeter.
Right. They don't want to hear that. They didn't want to hear that.
The man played on the perimeter. He didn't play in the post. That's why he averaged 5 rebounds.
They didn't want to hear that.
You know what I mean? It's all about how you play. And the same thing with Obi. Obi is on the perimeter.
Right.
Obi don't play down there in the post. You know, that's why he ain't going to be no high rebound guy.
Right.
It's just when you look at a person game, it is what it is. And I'll say this about RJ, and I agree, and I'm going to stick out to this. It's all because of Brunson. Brunson has changed everything with this team. The timeline has sped up.
Right.
The New York Knicks are now in contender mode. Yeah, I said it. The New York Knicks is now in contender mode. A top five team, 8th overall in the association. You're in contention mode.
Okay.
So now because of that, the front office got to look at where they can improve.
Well, but let me ask you, what have the Knicks shown you? What have the Knicks shown you to prove that they're a contender?
The minute they got Jalen Brunson and seeing how cohesive that thing between him and Randle has become, and what them guys were doing, and seeing how everybody else is coming along with them, and this is the major thing. The Knicks is one of the best road teams in the league.
Okay.
24 wins on the road. I think they might be either number 2 or number 3 best team on the league in the league.
Yeah.
It's I want to make like a football comparison, but our style of play is like having a run game. You take care of the basketball, don't turn it over, and you get the rebounds. That gives you a chance to win on any given night on any court against anybody.
Right. The Knicks style is like we trying to wear teams down, and that was a good comparison. We try to wear teams down.
It's a run game. It's a run game. It's literally a run game.
All right. So
and that's the thing. Like think about it, Freezie. When people come to play the Knicks, what's the first thing they say? They know it's gonna be a long night.
Yeah. Knicks gonna be physical.
And everybody think about every team that in the East that's in the playoff, the Knicks done had their way with them at least once. At least once. I think the only team might be Milwaukee. Did we beat Milwaukee this year?
No.
We did. That's the only team. Philly, I know we beat them more times than they beat us. Cleveland, we beat them more times. And I think we split with Toronto.
And they're in the play-in.
Yeah.
So.
Right.
You know what I mean? But everybody else we smacked. Atlanta, we beat them up.
Right.
Yeah, we have a pretty good record against everybody in the playoffs.
Yeah, against everybody except Milwaukee.
Hey Ron, you don't have to be afraid to say why the Knicks are contenders, bro. I think you're trying to be nice.
Jalen Brunson, man. Brunson Burner, as you call him.
The Brunson.
You got a point guard, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
And Julius Randle.
I was gonna say this to this about what I also think we're there. Right? When we play contenders, right? This is a point that you alluded to. When we play contenders, they be in a dogfight, and we could point to memorable moments during the season, right, where the Knicks had a playoff team up against the ropes, and they finagled their way out of it and was wiping their forehead. It was, whew, I'm glad that clock ran out, right? Mm-hmm. Do you remember the Sunday night game against the Clippers at the Garden when Nicholas Batum threw up a three-pointer at the buzzer?
Man, please,
that prayer.
And I was saying, that one hurt.
Yeah, that was one. Do you remember the game Drew Holiday hit 2 step-back threes over Grimes? And before that, he had not. He was like ice cold.
Yeah, when Tibbs put Grimes on that bench, and then Drew Holiday got hot, and when he brought Grimes back, it was
too late.
Yep.
I remember that game vividly, because I was like, why do you still got Grimes on the bench? And Grimes was giving him fits.
Right.
Now the man that got going, it's too late now.
And it's too late. Yep. And you remember the Saturday
that was when we were still giving Fournier minutes. My bad, Freezie.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, I remember the Saturday night game when the Boston Celtics came out and was hitting everything. It was a Saturday night game at about 8 o'clock. We were playing Boston in Boston Garden. And I think they hit an NBA record number of threes on us. I think they were like 28 for 34 or something weird.
Are you sure it wasn't in our building? Because early in the year they went crazy.
That might have been.
It might have been.
It might have been.
Went crazy. Shot about 53s.
Yeah, I think they made like.
They definitely hit a record or something.
Yeah,
because we were keeping up with them until the fourth quarter, and then they just pulled off.
And they just pulled away.
And I'm glad you brought up Boston. That's the key right there, Freezie, because that's who's been the odds-on favorite to win that thing this year. And look what the Knicks done with them boys, man. That's the one team that I think if we play them guys in the playoffs, we definitely gonna send them home.
We beat them without Jalen Brunson.
Exactly.
We beat them without the double overtime game with Quickly. Remember Quickly breakout game?
Oh.
Yeah.
Dancing and prancing.
Yeah, and so that's one of the things that I want to point. The reason why I feel like we're a championship contender now is not because of the peripheral stuff. Because I think I think okay. Basically, I'm gonna say it like this. I'm gonna say it in a New York City way. The champagne, caviar, and bubble baths, they come with the money, right? You get the money first, then you get the champagne, caviar, and bubble baths. You don't get that when you broke, right? What I'm saying is this team, first game of the season, that overtime loss to Memphis showed everybody in the NBA that this team is ready.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's when the Cam Hive got created.
Yep.
Because
Yep.
I was like, oh my goodness, Cam coming out playing like this, going toe to toe. I was like, okay.
Right.
Okay.
And John Morant was getting locked up in the half court. He could only score in the open court.
And the refs job of that game too.
Yep. Yep. Y'all remember the Mavericks game where we lost to Luka? We had an 8-point lead with like 40 seconds left.
And Luka created that record.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, the Knicks. The thing is, what you saying, Freezie, is the Knicks go toe to toe with anybody, man.
Right.
And some of the people who predicted to be the big dogs of the industry this year.
Right.
You know
all
what I mean?
season.
The Knicks was right there with them.
Yep. All season long, regardless of whether Brunson is here, whether it's RJ is here, whether Mitch is here, whether whoever is here or not, we were competitive with everybody. Right? Everybody like Philly beat us without Mitchell Robinson.
We have an identity. That's why.
Yeah. And so ultimately.
And I give Tibbs that. Give Tibbs that for sure.
Yeah, you got to give the coach the credit on that.
Yeah, that's the point that I'm getting at. Like when it comes to the championship conversation, I think we kind of do ourselves a disservice by not stating the obvious. The obvious thing is anybody that has on the home jersey or the away jersey against us is going to be in for a dogfight the entire game, right? We beat Miami back to back playing their style. The last time we beat Miami waved the white flag. And the thing is, I'm challenging you guys to think back to a Miami team that ever quit in a game, waved the white flag.
Never seen that. I've never seen that.
And you know what? And we don't talk about stuff like that because we be too busy talking about Obi need more minutes.
But you're right though, because Josh Hart, man, I watched Josh Hart in that game. I was paying close attention on how he was defending Jimmy Butler. He made Jimmy Butler tap out so much so that Jimmy Butler didn't want to even shake the man's hand after the game.
After the game, he ignored him.
He wasn't, and this is where like being a veteran comes into play. A lot of those like ticky tack fouls, he would get on like Grimes, if Grimes was guarding him,
right?
Yeah.
Or RJ, but you saw he wasn't getting those calls because Hart knew how to defend that type of physicality and the foul baiting.
Knew the parameters of what he could do on defense and get away with it. Because that's the thing I watched. Like he'll bump and he'll do little things that you'll be like, man, that's a foul. But the way he does it,
right,
is kind of sneaky.
Selling it. Ric Flair, he's the Ric Flair of the NBA, bro. Nobody.
When he fights over screens, he might not necessarily be the fastest person. Right. But he'll fight over the screen so hard that they can't even set a normal screen, and they end up getting called for a moving screen because he's already blowing it up.
You know, I laugh, Dre, because I watch him at least once or twice a game. He will punish that screener.
Yep.
It makes him think twice about something.
Right.
Then they get to start trying to brace themselves, and then their feet move, and then they go get.
Yep. Right. And that's old school basketball right there.
We used to have to do that in high school. We used to have to put our shoulder on their hip.
We used to talk about that. We was like, man, blow up the screen at least once. It make the person think twice about doing it.
Right.
That's what you got to do.
Right. yeah. And then too, just back to the point that I was making about the Knicks being championship contenders, man. A lot of times this year, I'm guilty of it because sometimes what happens is I try to introduce it, and sometimes a topic can get drugged into deep water depending on what somebody else wants to talk about, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the adjustments Tom Thibodeau made this season were incredible. Nobody's giving Tibbs credit, and I'm not trying to toot Tibbs on because I'm not. Ultimately, I'm a fan of his culture. I'm not a fan of his in-game adjustments, right?
Yeah, that's always been a problem, the in-game adjustments.
Right, but during the year, during the season, you saw little things where Tibbs tried a bunch of stuff. Like Tibbs tried Randle with Obi at the 5 this year.
Yeah.
Right? And I was like, what? Randle as a weak side help? What? In my mind, Randle should be the 5. Obi should be the weak side help, right? Because Obi can jump. He's an athlete. He can get to those shots.
Randle also has some experience in the drop.
Yeah.
At least on other teams even.
Yeah.
And have it quickly. How about have it quickly on the floor with Brunson?
Yes. How about
or for instance, and I hate to even go there because people will be like, hey, you go with RJ. Like I would have never thought that he would put RJ on the bench.
Yep.
Yeah.
Not being the fact that he just signed that contract. No way.
There was games like a 8 or 9 game stretch where he was benching Grimes and RJ together.
Exactly.
And it was close. He was closing out with Quickly and Hart. Yeah. Yeah.
And how about iHeart? The adjustment with iHeart, allowing iHeart to facilitate trying to do his little passing thing. You know what I mean? That he's doing.
Right.
He's doing it more as the season has gone along because he wasn't doing it earlier.
Their strength more is what I'm seeing with Tears.
Right.
More so than trying to get them to fit in his box.
Right. Yeah.
You can do whatever you want as long as you don't turn the ball over.
Yeah. I never seen Tibbs smile as much as he has this year.
But and you know the other thing to the point that you were making, Ron, too, is based on the question I asked you, is this. The fact that Tom Thibodeau is comfortable with one singular rotation means you can make adjustments out of that group of players. Yeah. What used to happen is when the season starts, by the time November get here, somebody hurt. Right? Now you're pulling somebody off the bench and putting them in the starting lineup. Now it messes your bench chemistry up. Right? And then now somebody off the bench is hot. And somebody in the starting lineup is cold because you missed that. And that was it for the first 2 seasons.
And guess what's crazy to your point about them injuries? This year, all the injuries have been freak injuries.
Yeah.
RJ cut his own finger.
And that took him out of the best stretch of his whole career.
That's what he was beating up because I think he had about 14 games where he was rolling. Then you had Mitchell Robinson with the broken finger on the freak play.
Right.
Jalen Brunson freak injury getting chopped across the wrist. Julius Randle step on somebody's ankle.
And Obi Toppin jamming his knee coming down off a dunk.
Yeah. Ain't like these guys was playing and then all of a sudden they blow out a knee or something like that and you're like, oh man, I told you Tibbs run players on the ground. All these injuries was freak injuries. Every last one.
Right, and then plus 2 real quick, Dre. Dre, if you notice, this season, every time somebody got hurt, the offensive and defensive systems stayed the same. Yeah. Right? So when that player was out, a person stepped up in role to be in that same spot that they saw. So Miles McBride comes off the bench into Quickly's role. Quickly comes off the bench into Brunson's role. Right? And those roles stayed the same. Whereas last year, when Kemba got hurt, right, now Derrick Rose is filling in. I'm sorry. Let me get it right.
Burks?
No. I'm gonna get the Burks. It was Rose hurt first, and then Quickly in Rose's role behind Kemba. Then Kemba gets hurt. Instead of promoting Quickly, they promoted Rose. Then Rose got hurt. Kemba comes back, right? And as soon as both of those old point guards got hurt, Tibbs should have immediately gave the kids keys to Quickly. But he didn't. But there was a resurgence of Kemba. Y'all remember Kemba in last January?
Yeah, he was just on fire.
Yeah, but his defense was terrible.
Yeah.
Right? Garbage.
And instead of playing the kids at that point, Tibbs was watching Kemba go out here, put up 27, and give up 43. And everybody like, but he scored 27. You know what I'm saying? What he should have did was let Quickly and Grimes and Quickly, Grimes and McBride play through that stretch instead of moving Alec Burks from the second unit small forward to the starting point guard.
Got the worst minutes out of it.
Freezie, I'm gonna tell you, y'all know what my hope is though, man. I really hope that we go far in the playoffs, man. I'm gonna tell you why. Because I got a feeling like if we don't go, like, because somebody asked about, would the season be disappointing if the Knicks got swept? Of course. Like going out early in that first round, man, it's going to be a bunch of changes. You know what I mean? But the further the Knicks goes in the playoff, they let us know how stable this team is, and you don't have to make a bunch of major changes. You can do some little tweaks. You know what I mean?
Right.
I don't want to see this team get torn up again because, like, we've seen a lot of that. You know what I mean?
Right.
I don't want to see that again.
Right. And for that reason, Ryan, I would say, I'm going to say just real quick that even if we do get swept, I don't think it's a disappointment. And the reason why is I say that is because we'll be mad, but being mad and being disappointed are two different things, right?
Yeah.
We'll be mad because we thought we were going to go further, and we enjoyed so much of Knicks basketball that we don't want it to be over so soon, right?
I think I would be shocked more than I would be mad.
Okay.
Like if the Knicks got swept, I'll be in a state of shock.
Right.
Now, if the Knicks got swept, that meant we didn't make any adjustments or someone got hurt.
Yeah.
I just don't see a number 3 ranked offense, and I don't know where we rank in defense, but I'm pretty sure we probably at least middle of the pack at least.
Yeah, we middle of the pack.
You know what I mean? I don't see that combination of getting swept. I don't see that.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I'm just going by the question.
Yeah, but I get what you're saying. Yeah, hypothetical. Yeah.
The thing I'm saying is I don't know if I think we'll be more upset. You know what I'm saying, and all that stuff. But once we get the further we get away from the loss, I think we would understand that at least we got something to build on. Right? Like Brunson is a keeper. Randle for the most part is a keeper. Hartenstein might need to get that contract extension. You know what I'm saying? Mitch is a keeper. You know what I'm saying? Josh Hart, we need to figure out what we need to do to keep Josh Hart. We need to figure out what we need to do to keep Quentin Grimes, because I think this summer Quickly and Obi are eligible for extensions, but next year Grimes will be eligible for
Grimes
extensions.
comes up next year.
Yeah,
Quickly getting paid for sure though.
Quickly getting paid. Quickly and Grimes getting paid.
Yeah.
And I tell you this, Freezie, this is something else I was thinking about, man. I don't want to hear nobody come to me and talk about we need to get us a star in New York. I don't want to hear that.
Right.
The Knicks got 2, and we got 1 budding very, very close to the top of being a star and Quickly coming off that bench, and Grimes ain't too far behind.
Okay.
Grimes ain't too far behind Quickly, but I'm telling you right now, I know the Knicks got 2, and Julius Randle and Brunson for sure.
Right.
For sure. And Quickly, Quickly to start the second unit. I gotta call it what it is. That guy is just a baller, and I'm no longer putting him in a box talking about, well, he ain't a point guard. That boy is just a baller, man.
Right.
He's a Swiss Army knife.
Guard, that's it.
Yeah, that's exactly what he just. And the defense is the biggest leap for me from what I'm seeing with Quickly. Like it's night and day from last year to me. Looking at it, it's crazy. It's crazy. And then you think about this too. Most nights, Quickly is guarding people that's bigger than him.
Yeah.
And I don't think people give him enough credit for that. He's affecting people that are bigger than him. Typically,
right.
We know that's normally a recipe for danger. When you playing trying to guard somebody that's taller than you, you giving up 2 or 3 inches.
Not even just that, he's the communicator on the defense, which is usually what you expect out the center or a power forward.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
He's on the back line playing air traffic controller and directing Obi so Obi don't go to the wrong place.
Right.
And even when I'm watching him run the offense now, he's telling people where to go.
Matter of fact, that last game against the Pacers, he did a look off pass and hit Hart rolling to the rim, Hartenstein.
Oh, that was beautiful. That was beautiful.
And he's like playing games with his eyes and like fakes, and like the game is definitely slowing down for him.
Right.
I'm gonna tell you, there was some games this year, Dre, where I watched Quickly. But Quickly started, and it was like looking at the things he was doing was like looking at Brunson, and I said, you know what? That tells you that young fella pays close attention, man. and he's soaking up game. Iron sharpen iron. We all know that. That man is shooting over his left shoulder now. I've never seen him quickly do that. Tell us yet. I've never seen him quickly actually shoot jump shots. Really, until us yet. Because everything we all know,
floater.
That floater. It was the float game.
Once he gets to the floater now, if he's getting to the floater, he's getting fouled.
Yeah.
That's why he's getting. Yeah. He's baiting you to foul him off that floater. Otherwise, he's taking the pull up.
On the left side, look how much quickly it's finishing with the left hand.
I'm like Ron. I knew quickly was dangerous. Like it was completely set in stone. When on that Boston game, immediately the first shot, 27-foot three.
Right. Yeah.
Man, the Knicks
a tone setter.
The Knicks have hit big time with these draft picks, and they have definitely hit a home run with Brunson, man. And Brunson has been a culture changer, man. And Julius Randle has just been the mainstay. And I don't think people don't give Julius enough credit, man, because Julius has been setting the tone. Normally, that first quarter is his. He tear up the first quarter.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's what you want. When you got a star normally sets your tone. They normally set the tone.
Yeah. Randle is like the Rock of Gibraltar. No matter what, you gonna get that 25 and 10.
Yep.
It might look ugly. It might look pretty. But when you check that box score, it's gonna be 25 and 10.
And I'm gonna tell you, when Randle is going to the basket is when teams fear him the most.
Right.
They want Randle to shoot that jump shot, but when he starts coming to that paint and bullying people.
Hey, Ron, you know what's funny though? The Knicks win more when he takes more threes. You know that, right?
It's crazy. It's crazy to think.
Yeah.
But that has to do with shot profile. Once the 3-pointer sets up everything for him.
Right.
So he gets rolling. His whole mental, everything. He had that little bounce to him.
Once he gets his 3-point shot going, they come up and check him. He gets to the paint. He gets fouled.
Because he can go
rinse and repeat.
Because you can't guard an average NBA dude can't guard Randle in space, bro. Because he's got that short area quickness. And
it's only but one or two guys that can.
Right.
And I would say like Giannis or something like a freak.
And if you remember, bro, to that Minnesota game, Randle whipped out his handle package and put it on display. You remember how he sauced up Nas Reed for that 3-pointer to get him over 50?
Yeah.
You were like, yo, Randle has had these handles all season. It's just you don't see them on display. And a lot of Knicks fans, what we do is, if it's not the sexiest thing you ever saw in your life, the Knicks never say nothing. The Knicks fans never say nothing about it.
Man, Freezie, how many posters have you seen from Randle this year, man?
Jason Tatum?
I mean, he has been shaking people up and leaving them on the backboard.
Right.
Julius go to the A. When Julius coming down, that's a load to try to get in the way, man. People be making a business decision, man.
Yeah. They gotta check their life insurance. Yeah. That's what they, you know what I'm saying?
Make sure that thing enforced, man. Make sure that thing enforced.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Man, I'm gonna tell you, sometimes the move you don't make end up being the best move. Right. And I'm gonna tell y'all right now, had the Knicks made that trade for Donovan Mitchell, we would not be this good right now. Because a lot of these players that we talking about tonight wouldn't even been on this team. You could just kiss goodbye to Obi, not Obi, but he would have been in the trade.
IQ
would have been gone. Grimes would have been gone.
Yeah. Mitch.
RJ would have been gone.
Mitch was offered. Mitchell Robinson.
Mitch would have been gone. Yeah. So all these players that's been integral to this team's success, man, would have been up out of here.
And our stash of picks. Yeah. And probably Josh Hart wouldn't even be here.
And Josh Hart.
Because we would have had a capital. We would have been willing to give up another pick to get him.
And I think the Knicks
go
are
ahead,
in a great place. We are in a great place.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, right.
Shout out to Deion Rose. I got to give them their credit too, man, because I used to be on their head with that front office malpractice.
Yeah.
And rightfully so.
Yeah.
They are connected, and I remember for a while we were saying, it looked like the front office and the coach ain't on the same page, man. But they are clearly on the same page because that Josh Hart move that had Tibbs all over it,
Right.
all over it because he wanted Josh Hart initially when he was down there in Minnesota.
Yeah.
Almost got fired because he was banging the table for them to draft him.
Yep. Yep. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I think that Josh Hart is what Tom Thibodeau prefers, but I think too many Harts. I don't think you can win with too many Harts, bro. And we got on the roster. We got what, 3 of them, 4 of them. The stocky 6'4", 6'5", 6'6" guards that maybe not the best athletically, but they play really hard.
Mm-hmm.
If you count Daquan Jeffries, Trevor Kills, RJ Barrett, Quentin Grimes, Josh Hart, like those short, stocky wing player types.
Not overly athletic.
Yeah, not really fundamentally sound. You know what I'm saying?
Play hard though.
Yeah, they play hard. I think at some point though, you got to go get your Kelly Oubre type athlete.
You need a premium at a certain point.
I like that kid we just picked up.
Okay.
From the Spurs.
Yeah,
free agent.
He's nice. I went and looked at his stuff on YouTube. He's real nice.
Right.
I like.
He gave us fits when he was in there OKC. He was giving us fits.
Mm-hmm. I like him.
My thing is, how come he can't stick on bad teams?
Yeah, because I'm tempering my expectations because like he has talent. You can't get to the NBA without talent. Period.
Yeah.
So it's more of like a fit thing and probably
situations, man.
Yeah, like he's prioritized behind other wings or guard. Like if we look at San Antonio's situation, he plays the 3-4-5, like a hybrid.
Right.
They have Zach Collins, they have Sohan, they have Keldon Johnson.
Yeah.
They're kind of loaded at that forward front court type thing where they're invested in more guys going forward, and plus they're gonna get Vic. We know they're gonna get Vic.
Right.
And Freezie, that's the same thing people would probably say about Josh Hart, like why he can't stick on the team.
Right.
You know, but this man, every time this man been traded, it's been for a big fish. You know what I mean? Ain't no knock on his game because we clearly see that the man can play.
He can play.
You know what I mean? It's just about situations you get put into, man. And,
yeah.
You know, when I started looking at his stuff, I said, okay, I see why they went and got him. He's a Tibbs type player, and he's long.
Right.
He's long.
He plays bigger than what he is.
Yeah. He could be a good role player coming off that bench.
Can he become Jared Vanderbilt?
He could. He absolutely could.
Oh, well, the thing that makes Jared Vanderbilt, I'm going to keep it real with you. There's physically things Jared Vanderbilt can just do that Hart can't. Like,
not Hart. I'm talking about Roby.
The new kid.
Roby. No, Roby don't play defense like that.
Okay.
He's solid though. He tries real hard. He tries real hard, and he has some range from 3-pointer.
Right.
So like their offensive games are not similar because that dude don't have no offensive game for real.
Vanderbilt don't.
Yeah, he's just a athlete in that regard. But on defense, he tries and he tries to overcompensate because they run him in small ball lineups where he's a center. I think his best position is like a hybrid 3-4.
Right.
And I won't say he's like Vanderbilt on defense, but he does put forth the effort. Now, if he gets put in a situation where he understands the defensive system and our principles, and he can provide help, and he's on a string and he knows what he's doing, is being helped, he can help us. But I feel like he's almost in that Markieff Morris type space, except he can be a little bit more explosive because he's younger and he has some more growing to be had.
Okay. Yeah, I think he had a 30-point game. They were saying, what I'm trying to think. I was looking at it. He had like. It was okay.
So he had like 30-point game. He was shooting a bunch of threes and.
Yeah,
but like
even his passing ability is nice.
Right, but like you gotta take that with a grain of salt because I could show you RJ dropping 44 or 40, whatever.
You're right about that.
On the Heat, and then you wouldn't see the lowlights. The things that make you confused about him.
Who did we cut in order to keep Isaiah Roby?
I don't know.
Because we gave him an NBA contract, not a two-way, right?
Yeah, he got a 2-year deal basically this year. It's like the rest of this season and all the next season.
I'm gonna look up all Knicks transactions.
It says like somebody said it was like a significant deal.
Okay. I don't think we cut. I don't believe. I think we had an empty roster spot. He's 6'8".
6'8".
He's
so
6'8".
He's power forward, small forward.
Power forward, small forward, mostly power forward. Like he's in that space where if it was 2007, he'll be a small forward, but since it's 2023, he's a power forward. He's in that space.
Yeah.
That Marcus Morris space where he plays forward because that's what the league has become.
So he looked like he could be the backup to either Julius or RJ.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Like in jumbo lineups, he's a 3. In small lineups, he's a 4.
Right.
Because I'm gonna tell you right now, looking at his game offensively, Freezie, I ain't even joking around. Just seeing what I saw,
right.
He would jump ahead of Obi.
I
ain't making no. I ain't cutting no.
Same age as Obi, by the way.
I ain't making no jokes, but I'm being serious with what I saw when I was looking at it.
Because Freezie, I don't know if you saw me in the chat when the news first dropped. I was like, they're probably moving Obi this summer.
Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah, I think he's gone. And I don't think it's going to be for no minimal situation either.
When I mentioned that Pacers pick, I'm being serious. Like, he really might go for that 26 Pacers pick, especially if we don't have no draft pick this summer.
I'm gonna tell you now. Now I'm glad you brought that up. Dallas better be happy David Stern ain't here. They better be happy.
Adam Silver needs to
that pick
actually
be gone. I don't care, even if you don't give it to the Knicks and it just get forfeited. Period.
Somebody over what Jason Kidd said.
For what? Yeah, the cat out the bag.
Yeah.
He done told.
You're not even supposed to say that. You're supposed to just be. And you know what's funny? They list what you're out for on the scouting report. They ain't even fake the funk. They put rest.
Yeah.
They ain't even fake the funk. They just said you could have just said, "Oh, he has a flu." Like they said rest.
Yeah.
Like, are you serious?
What you resting for?
Yeah.
This your last few games of the season. What you resting for?
Fam, bro, Ron, have you ever seen a rookie that barely got to play well and get benched at halftime in game 81?
They benched because they knew they was about to win.
He was balling. The Knicks did that to Alonzo Trier in Charlotte. Y'all remember? Man, we were in Charlotte at that game. The game where Trey Burke went for like 40. What Trey Burke put on? 43.
43.
Or something, something like that.
Yeah, that was Trey Iverson that night. That wasn't Trey Burke.
Yes!
Nice too. I had like Trey Burke.
Everybody would cook. All the point guards were cooking, and then Alonzo Trier get in the game and scores like 8 points in 3 minutes. And
I was like, oh nah, you messing up the tank. You gotta
go. Man, they benched him so fast. Ron, you remember that?
I'm trying to remember, man. I remember Trey Burke going all through that G League, and everybody was like, "Man, why are we waiting to bring this guy? We ain't getting nothing out of the point guard position."
Yeah.
And then we brought him up, and he held that thing down, you know.
And the Frank Hines went crazy. He ain't nobody.
The thing is, man, there's more guys that can get a bucket than guys available for roster spots. It's just that they aren't good basketball players. That's the thing. Right. And a lot of these guys think just because you can get a bucket, that means you're entitled to space in the league. Right. No, if you want a space in the league, you need to be able to do everything else besides the bucket. There's already bucket getters in the league better than you.
And you know what else, Dre? And it's something that we don't speak about enough. In all these sports, man, it's about relationships. There's a lot of guys who ain't in the league that are clearly ballers. And you're like, why they ain't on the roster? Mm-hmm. But then you look on some of these rosters, you be like, man, he's better than that dude. Yeah. He's better than that dude. Right. But a lot of that stuff is relationship based, man. It's relationship based.
Why y'all like you remember when they had the Knicks had Kevin Knox struggling for minutes and the Knicks signed Ivan Rabb?
Oh yeah.
Alvin Rabb was this big, bro. 6'10". They said he was 220. He looked every bit of 6'10", 197. Right? And this is the guy that y'all are going to try to play in front of Kevin Knox.
You got to remember, it's also, when you play for an organization, it's also a job. So people got to like to work with you. Right. And if the juice ain't worth the squeeze, they're going to get you up out.
Yeah. You got to remember to be professional at the end of the day.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And people like working around people people like working around people that make the workplace more enjoyable.
Right.
That's really what it is.
That's why Theo Pinter's still on rosters and this man don't play in games. You know why? It's how he is in that locker room, them relationships, man.
Right. And that's just to not even change the topic. I don't know if you were here around Cleveland, but that's why I don't put too much stock in game 81, 82. Or 80.
Me either.
Mm-hmm. Theo Pinson dropped 23, 10, and 10 with no turnovers.
Yep.
But I'm going to tell you something now.
And he is trash. We know he's trash.
But I'm going to tell you this. I'm a Tar Heel fan.
And come on.
I'm going to tell you, Theo Pinson at North Carolina was a very good ball player.
Yeah.
He was very good.
Yeah.
Him and Reggie Bullock. Remember him and Reggie Bullock? Dwayne Ellington?
I don't know what happened when he got to the NBA.
It's because North Carolina basketball is trash. That's why.
But there's levels, man.
You're
when
right.
you get to the NBA.
That's why I say I don't know what.
I say that as a Duke fan, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and to be real, North Carolina point guards don't do too hot when they get to the league.
Not lately.
Like Kobe White is figuring it out right now, but he was
Davis
lost.
Don't tighten up, he's gonna be gone.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Ain't no patience over there.
Caleb Love too.
Yeah.
He traded to Michigan.
I'm not gonna lie to you. You ain't lose too much in Caleb Love.
He going to Michigan.
Wow. I'm not gonna lie to you. You ain't lose too much in Caleb Love though.
Nah,
but when you look at what North Carolina brought back this year, North Carolina was predicted to be
number one. They were number one before. Yeah. They were preseason number one.
And the way they played this year, it looked bad.
It was a lot of regression. It was a lot of regression, like a lot of regression, especially from Caleb Love, Black, it was.
And part of it got to do with North Carolina starting a point guard named Kendall Marshall. Ryan, you remember Kendall Marshall?
He was alright. He got to the league and had he was alright.
I think the biggest disappointment to come out of North Carolina was J.R. Reed.
Wow.
Biggest disappointment.
Okay.
The biggest?
That guy was a dominant player. You hear me? Dominant.
Yep.
And came to the league and was a role player.
Yep. you right.
Barely that.
He used to play for the Knicks.
J.R. Reed was trash, man.
Yeah, trash.
You remember? Trash. It hurt my heart, man.
I think the biggest bust to ever come out of North Carolina, and it's because of injuries. But North Carolina had a 7 foot tall dude, kind of like his game kind of like was Victor Wembanyama. They had a dude named Brian Bursticker. If you look him up, bro, he set a screen and the guy did a dribble handoff, and hand to the man. I was watching it. It happened at Cameron. He dribbled behind his back like bat, and then he took off one way and Sham got it back the other way. Right, went through the lane left-handed and threw a dunk down backwards. Bam! And we was like, holy crap! That dude right there is he the future? and in that same game, he messed around and tore his ACL in that game. And you could see, and Guthridge, the dude that took over after Dean retired. Remember Dean Olis, not Phil Ford, the tall.
You talk about his sidekick for years.
Yeah. The dude had tears in his eyes when he saw Brian Bursticker fall on the ground and grab his Dre. The dude, he looked like a nobody, right? But he was so skilled, like he could, like the stuff Victor doing now. This dude was doing. This is like 15, 18 years ago. This dude dribbled behind his back after receiving a dribble handoff, fake one. Now he right-handed now. He fake right, cuff back left, dribble, pound the ball in the paint left hand, and threw it down backwards. And this is in an era when North Carolina centers used to be like Mokhtar Ja, right?
And Montrose.
And Monstrosity. Yeah. All them dudes, right? They had him listed on the depth chart as a small forward at 7 foot, right? He was like 7 foot 215, right? And people were like, "Why what a 7 footer at small forward?" He never played the three. He was listed as that, right? Coming, you know how you do the pre-basketball things like during the summer stuff coming out. And I was like, "What in the world is a Brian Bursicker?" And at Cameron, he did that, and all the Duke players were like, because it was like the first time you ever saw Vince Carter, right? The first time I ever saw Vince Carter at North Carolina, a dude named UCLA had just won a championship. They had a tiny point guard, I think Tyus Edney or whatever his name is, and Toby
Earl
Bailey.
Watson?
Or somebody. Yeah, no, it was before them, right before them, right? And you remember the point guard from UCLA with the length of the court and hit the buzzer beater?
I think that it was Tyus Edney.
Yeah.
It was Tyus Edney.
So they won the championship that year. The next year, right, UCLA was playing North Carolina in the Dean Dome, right? And they had a guard named Ed Cota. Ed Cota, no lie, coming down off the break, him and Vince Carter, he, at the free throw line, threw the ball straight up in the air, not towards the rim, straight up in the air. And we was like, what the? And Vince Carter came from out of nowhere, cups the ball in the air, catches the lob, and he is like this short from dunking it. And to this day, I'm like, that's the best dunk I ever seen in my life, and he didn't even make it. When Vince Carter took off, think about, he threw the lob up in the air at the free throw line. Vince Carter jumped in the air, right behind the free throw line, and caught it, a lob, and was trying to yam it on Toby Bailey. And
Vince Carter and Stackhouse and Rasheed Wallace
and Anton Jameson.
That team was
Shammond Williams. Yep, Shammond Williams.
That team should have won at least two.
Dante Calabria.
Man, that team was deep,
bro. I to this day I have never seen. North Carolina had so many great, because the Stackhouse dunking on Cherokee Park was the most embarrassing thing I've ever seen in my life. But if Vince Carter would have caught that lob from the free throw line and dunked that thing on Ed O'Bannon and Toby Bailey, I would have shut down college basketball, bro.
I'm gonna tell you this, Freezie. There's two Duke players, man, that if them guys wouldn't have never got hurt, they were gonna be a problem in the NBA, man.
Right.
Jason Williams.
Yep.
That motorcycle accident.
Yep.
Robin.
Yep.
And Hurley.
Yep.
With that car accident that almost killed him.
Right.
Them two guys, man, I was like, man, it hurt me to watch them guys' career end like that.
Right.
Jason's career is like almost a victim of error because he for sure would have been in the league after the first year.
Oh, yeah, because he was wasn't he in the running or wasn't he rookie of the year?
Yeah. Remember, he started off slow and he got scorching hot.
Mm-hmm.
Jason Williams was a beast, man.
Yeah.
He was a beast, and Bobby Hurley was one of them guys. He reminded me a lot of Jalen Brunson. What I mean by that is he don't quit.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like he gonna keep coming.
Yeah.
He's gonna keep coming.
Yeah.
You never out of a game as long as you had that guy on the floor.
Yeah.
Like he was the one player from Duke I used to hate to see with the ball in his hand.
Yeah.
Because more often than not against North Carolina, he was gonna punish us.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. the Hurley thing. He also started to see his rookie season slow, and then caught fire. Instead of trying to be a scorer in the NBA, remember nobody is respecting his offense, So they laid off of his offense and took away his facilitating. And he was never a scorer. Remember, he was never a scorer. He was a floor general. And then when he got back,
passing ability.
Yeah. So yeah, man. And when I'm thinking back at North Carolina basketball, man, the dude Brian Bursicker, bro. Ron, I think if I can find it on YouTube, I'm gonna send you the clip.
Yeah, send me that, man.
Okay.
Back to these Knicks, man. Before I go, man, you know what? This how you know the Knicks is a way better team, man. Because we got a guy on the bench sitting right now that really can't earn time, and rightfully so, because the people ahead of him is just better than him.
Right.
Man, but he has a particular skill set that is a disruptive behavior in class, and that's Deuce McBride, that defense he got. Let that sink in, man, that the Knicks are such a complete team this year, the way that we balling, that we can't even get that young fella to really be on the floor now.
Right.
After that Josh Hart acquisition,
yeah,
you know what I mean, and rightfully so. It's like, hey, Deuce, we can't get you in unless somebody get injured.
Right. Deuce just needs to find a situation where he could play against, like, with a big combo guard or a big guard that can ball handle, and he could just focus in on his jumper and locking up other point guards. That's it. Because once his jumper comes, he's going to have a spot in the league for the next 10 years.
Absolutely, because that defense is just – and that's what I hate about our team, because I'm like, man, this dude is such a disruptor. I say we can find at least 5 to 10 minutes, but who you going to take minutes from?
Right.
And he's just a victim of circumstance.
Yeah. And it's an embarrassment of wealth, and it's something that we'll probably be glad we have on this roster or available to us next year, because he's dirt cheap. So it's not
I don't know what really, man. I don't
like
know what
when we get
really
injuries or whatever.
Offseason is gonna be fun to watch, man. Because I still think somebody's gonna force their way to New York.
Right.
We have a myriad of options.
And I think it's gonna come to a point where we're gonna be able to turn people away.
Yeah.
Like it's Freezie, you remember back in the day, everybody wanted to come to New York, man.
Yeah.
It's gonna get back to that.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you know what I was gonna say is about this Knicks this offseason. The thing that I think Knicks fans should be concerned with, and not major importance, but put on their radar, is it's going to be difficult to upgrade the roster because we like a lot of guys on the roster, right? So now you're gonna have to make these tough decisions, like if a significant upgrade is out there, what guys you like right now are you willing to part with?
That's going to be a hard decision for the front office,
right? Because if Brandon Ingram is the guy, then you like
way he playing right now,
right? Are you willing to come off quickly?
Oh.
Are you willing to come off
I you know what? I have to consider it, brother.
Yeah, but think about it in these terms, though. Brandon Ingram is a bona fide starter. Quickly has the potential to be a bona fide starter.
You know the only reason why, Freezie, I would be afraid to do it because of what Quickly means to that second lineup, and even what he means for being able to spell Brunson and come in with the starters. You know what I mean? Yeah. He wears a lot of hats with this team, man. And then that defense
covers up a lot of holes.
That's another thing. I'm like, man, am I willing to let that go before I go that?
Right.
So now you're gonna have to find your
No. It's gonna be one of those things where you gonna have to take Grimes, or you can't get both. No.
Yeah, you can't get both of them. Right. I agree with you on that.
But
you can't have them both.
But Ron, here's also the thing. This is why I say when we have these conversations where we got to think about it beyond, like we can't sleep on top of the covers, right? Because think about this. If you do part with Quickly for Brandon Ingram, are you really creating another Jalen Brunson leaving the Dallas Mavericks situation?
No.
Well, no, because they didn't replace that talent with top tier talent. They just lost Brunson for nothing. We're talking about a trade.
we're acquiring like all NBA caliber talent at the wing,
right?
Which is nothing to scoff at,
right?
Compared to them just losing.
And we've been yelling, we need a wing, so
yeah,
that's the cost of doing business, man. You got to give up something to get something.
Right, but that's on the floor. What about the stuff off the floor? What about all those things that Ron says that quickly does that you'll have to replace when you add Brandon Ingram?
Yeah,
which is why I'm like, you can't part with both, because maybe Grimes can grow into that role and take on a lot of those hats. You can't lose both.
If I got to choose between Grimes or quickly going, I'm gonna have to get Grimes up out of
It's Grimes, yeah.
And I love Grimes.
And it's not.
But the thing is,
we talk about Grimes a lot, and you know I love him.
Right.
But I understand the cost of doing business. But I think for where Quickly is and what Quickly means to this team, oh man, boy, that's a tough.
What his ceiling is, though. What his ceiling is.
Defenders and oh man.
But you got to talk about ceilings. Like, Quickly can run an offense.
Yeah. But this is the thing, though, Dre. Guess what? You know why I think I would move Grimes?
Right.
Is because now you got a bona fide third option. First, second, or third. You know what I mean? We got a bona fide first, second, or third option.
And he could play anywhere 2, 3, 4.
Right.
And he's a matchup nightmare.
Right. But the thing is, though, and the practical thing, is saying Quickly can go because you're trading a bench piece for a starter. By keeping Grimes, you're keeping a starter. Right? Some people would say RJ can go. Right?
Oh yeah, hey, I wouldn't hesitate to move RJ.
Oh no, I wouldn't. I wouldn't
even
think about that.
But you're gonna have to attach more than just RJ to get it.
Yeah.
You might. Well, you put Evan Fournier in that deal.
He's one of them.
Still have to give up a pick or two.
We talking about a league where DeJounte Murray went for 3 picks, man. So
right.
Yeah. You're gonna have to give up to get him. Either way it goes.
We talking about the premium position.
Yeah.
And
a wing that could do everything.
Yeah.
Baby KD.
Yeah.
He's a carbon copy of KD. But not as great as KD.
But not as great as KD.
But he is very similar.
He is Jason Tatum light. It's levels to this thing.
Yeah.
But just wanted to say this though. I think if you even dangle Quickly to New Orleans, they pony up on Brandon Ingram, and it's not as expensive as what you think. Because ultimately,
because the upside still with Quickly.
Yes, because Quickly is their missing piece. Quickly solves everything for them. Floor general, right? Lockdown defender in the backcourt, because y'all know C.J. McCollum is terrible. It's the reason why Herb Jones is out here.
He's lost.
Yeah.
He's lost.
Yeah. It's the reason why Herb Jones is out here guarding point guards and twos. You know, Alvarado is not the long-term answer there at point guard because he's too little, right?
And you know what else, Freezie? Trey Murphy actually makes Brandon Ingram expendable.
Yeah,
it's crazy to even say that, right?
Well, I want to see Trey Murphy get like a little bit more like creative for himself.
Yeah, but
because that's a big jump.
Think about it. Upside,
but they don't have no guards, though, bro.
We talking about upside, and that man shoot 41% from 3.
Yeah.
And he's a defender.
And he finished.
And he's a defender.
Right. He finished. I think he was 77% at the rim. 79%
you know what's
at
funny?
the rim.
You know what's funny? Like he might take that growth like Mikal Bridges. Like Mikal Bridges was an upperclassman.
Yeah.
But Freezie, when I say Mike, like when Mikal Bridges got to the Nets, he's averaging 27 on 50, 40, 90.
Yeah, I know.
Like when we say Mike, that's not something you can scoff at. That's
No. I'm not talking about Mikal Bridges. I'm talking about Trey Murphy. Trey Murphy had this potential his entire career. Yeah, I'm talking about the jump. I'm not talking about the players.
Right.
The jump is there.
Exactly. What you talking about, Freezer, is the same thing Dre brought up earlier about what the Lakers did with Kobe and Eddie Jones. Eddie Jones
and Byron Scott. Remember, they still had Byron Scott.
Was balling.
Yeah.
And what they did, hey, Kobe is the future.
Yeah.
Kobe is the future, and it's the same thing with Monte Ellis and Steph Curry.
Yeah.
Steph Curry is the future.
Yeah.
You know, so Trey Murphy, I'm gonna tell you, I thought about it when the way Trey Murphy was lighting us up, and when they started talking about his 3-point shooting percentage, I was like, what? And this boy that can play defense already?
Ron, and one of our guys, one of our dear friends, almost cussed at me on the Knicks at Night podcast. I'm gonna say, I'm not gonna say his name, but I'm just gonna say something similar. I'm gonna say Sergeant Picks, aka Freeman for Life, said, "There's no way you gonna take Trey Murphy the third over Akira Lewis Jr." Yeah, remember that? No, y'all went. I mean, man.
Because they have both on that team.
They have. They have. I mean, not Kira Lewis Jr. What's the point guard out of Auburn? That came out after Kira Lewis Jr. Came out of Alabama.
I know you're talking about Cooper.
Yes, Sharif Cooper. He said.
Oh yeah, Sharif.
He said
he's a bum. Well, he's a bum.
He said he told me to my face, and this is my guy. I love him. That's our brother. That's our brother, right? I said, man, listen. At 21, we were picking 19 and 21. I said at 19 and 21, if we don't leave this draft with Trey Mann and Trey Murphy III, I'm jumping out of the window.
Boy, and both them guys, bona fide studs.
Oh my God! And he was like, "Well, how you gonna move up and get him?" And he asked me, "How you gonna get him?" And I was like, "Man, trade Kevin Knox, trade them second-round picks, bro. If we come out of this draft with Trey Murphy and Trey Mann, bruh."
And I remember Trey Murphy shot up.
Yep.
Like everybody draft boards after his workout.
And Dre, you know who else is doing the same thing right now? Taylor Hendricks. As we speak. Shooting up draft boards as we speak.
I'm going to tell you this. And this guy won the Rookie of the Year, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. I would take Trey Murphy over the kid in Toronto.
Scotty Barnes.
Yes,
sir.
Barnes.
Yep, yes, sir. All day long.
Scotty Barnes in a heartbeat.
All day. All day.
For where the league is headed, his skill set is ready-made. You ain't even got to change that. Trey Murphy is good to go for now and the next 10 years.
You know what I like about the young fella? There's one thing I like with young players is when they know they're good.
Right.
You saw when he blocked Hart, and because it was his ex-teammate, you got it in his face, but you let him know it's still love.
He let the Hart know, hey, Hart, you know I'm that dude, man.
Yeah.
You know
I'm the reason why you gone. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I
know I'm that dude.
But no knock on Leon and what they did. But, bro, how do you pass on Herb Jones for Rokas Jokovitis?
Oh, my God.
That's my only knock with the front office. Like, that was a waste. Because that dude ain't even on our roster. He just on our roster and name only. He ain't even with the squad.
He's just an asset, unnamed asset.
Yeah.
That was a mismanaged pick. That was a bad deal.
Yeah. Oh, somebody is getting it. I'm trying to figure out. Is that Adam?
Somebody need a CPAP.
Yeah, Sophie.
That's our guy. So, hey man, they're my guys. Man, you must trying to put that phone down, and next thing you know, that ceiling fan blowing that air straight down on you.
I'm muted.
Oh, so that must be Corey Lee.
That must be Lee. Yeah, that must be. Yeah, man.
Somebody need a CPAP.
Oh no, I'm muted. I'm muted.
Well,
hey, Ron.
Somebody was getting it in, boy.
Yeah.
They sleep so good they don't know they were asleep. They thought they were still here.
Their sleeping so good make me jealous.
Yeah.
But I got a prediction for y'all, man. I think the Knicks definitely gonna take game one. They're gonna take it ain't gonna be no steal. Okay. I hate when they use that term.
They gonna punch him in the mouth.
Player come in there, a team come in there and steal game one.
Right.
Nah. Steal. You know when a team steal a game is if they win by maybe 1 or 2 points.
Right.
But if we come in there and we put the smack on them,
right.
I want them to say what it is. The Knicks took game one.
Right.
Don't come with that steal stuff because they use that steal term and that stuff don't always be right, man. You know what I mean?
Right.
Our style is like, you might come in if our jumpers is going, we might come in there and punch them in their mouth real quick
Basically, you want to go in there like Biggie, kick in the dope, wave in the 4-4.
Yep.
Yeah, everybody hit the flow, man. Everybody hit the flow when the Knicks come in the door, man. It ain't gonna be easy. It is not gonna be easy. Cleveland, and I'm gonna tell you, truth be told, Cleveland is kind of a finesse team.
Yep.
I mean, they did like that. Their enforcer, Jared Allen, is not really a really big guy. Like he's strong.
Garland is a finesse player.
Small. I better see RJ put up his little shot put over him.
He's got the toughest thing out there. You got to deal with him or Curl. Karis LeVert, but he's sometime. You know what I mean?
Karis LeVert is a finesse player, by the way.
Yeah, he's a finesse player too. But when you look at the Knicks are the total opposite of that. We want to bruise and beat you up.
Right. Right, and
90s basketball at its best, as much as you can play it in this era.
And Tibbs keeps sending RJ Barrett to the rim like a battering ram, bro. That's RJ Barrett's job.
I'm gonna tell you, Freezie, that's all I want to see. I don't want to see RJ camping on that 3-point line.
Right.
But if he puts up them ugly shots,
jump shots.
But like if he puts some ugly shots attempted at the rim, just let you know that's part of design.
That's part of it.
Yeah, get him in foul trouble.
Yeah, it's like how back in the day people used to have ornaments on their hood. Remember that? Yeah, Ron, you remember that when people used to have ornaments? Dre, this might be a little bit for your time, bro. But people used to drive
the horns, the big horns on the hood of a Cadillac or something.
Or something. People used to legit.
I remember in junior high, man, cats used to be stealing the emblems off people's car, cutting their stuff off and rocking it around their neck like a chain.
Yes, I remember.
Cadillac logo or something.
Yeah. Cats used to be driving around legit with trophies on the front of the hood of their car.
Oh man, the dice on the rearview mirror.
Man, we will do anything, bro. We will do anything for fashion, bro.
Yep.
But
man, you right about that.
Yeah, man.
Anything to start a trend.
Hey, before we wrap up and get out of here, I gotta ask Soulfinger a question. Soulfinger, you still there?
Oh yeah, man.
Hey, you want to do movie review on Vibes and stuff?
Well, this weekend I'm heading to Vegas.
No. I'm just talking about rekindling it. I ain't talking about it. I yeah. Okay.
Definitely.
Yeah, we gotta. I keep getting alerts from YouTube about Vibes. I ain't did nothing on Vibes in a minute. You know what I'm saying? I want to get over there and you know what I'm saying, at least put some life back into it. You know what I'm saying?
You know, it's crazy. I was supposed to be gone about 30 to 45 minutes ago.
Me? Yeah.
Still here talking this dick talk.
Yeah, me too. I'm supposed to be on the call with somebody at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, man. So, hey, all I
God bless
you, is, man, RJ Barrett, please show up in the playoffs.
RJ Barrett, please show up in the playoffs.
Please show up in the playoffs.
Well, we know he has a flair for the dramatic, so.
And if he doesn't, I want to hear Ron Cleveland say, "This is the captain speaking."
Hey, I'll make a promise to you, Adam. If they have it in the off season, I'll do that. But I ain't gonna put nobody on the plane if they ain't on the plane.
Right.
That's the only way you hear me say it.
Hey y'all,
I'm coming to a grip with RJ. I'm gonna just accept him for who it is. You know, it is what it is, man.
Right.
You know, everybody, just like Dre said, and it's true. Everybody don't pop at the same time, man. And sometimes you just gotta, you know, just respect a player for what they do, man. Because at the end of the day, the dude wearing the Knicks uniform, or anybody wearing the New York Knicks uniform, man, I'm gonna pull for you. I'm gonna pull for you. I'm gonna get on your head if you're playing bad, but I'm gonna pull for you.
I'm thinking about doing a watch along for the play-in.
The play-in?
Yeah.
Which win? Which game? You gonna watch the Lakers game or?
No, the Eastern Conference. Is it Miami and Atlanta?
Yeah, it's Miami and Atlanta. I think tomorrow.
Atlanta got to be the biggest disappointment.
Yeah, I think I want to.
I hope Atlanta don't get punked again. I'm tired of them getting beat up by Miami.
Need to be fired
I want them to. I want them to get beat up. I want Miami to take their lunch money.
Knicks needs to be fired.
Knicks legend Landry Fields did that, by the way.
Yeah, and Dre, just real quick, in case you didn't see it, the owner said he backing away from everything, backing away ownership, and he giving the front office carte blanche to do whatever it is. To create a winner. I guess.
So they're gonna blow it up is what I took.
And I'm gonna tell you another mistake they made. You know another mistake Atlanta made when they chose Trae Young over Nate McMillan.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That was their downfall because you know that there was reports that said that the players was on the side of Nate McMillan.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I would understand that too when watching him play. He's taking 35 footers when you shooting 30% from three.
And he ain't playing no defense.
What's the odds on Trae Young in Oklahoma City? Anybody taking odds on that?
Zero. I'm being dead serious. Zero.
What?
I'm rooting for Miami.
Like it would work for the fan standpoint, but from a basketball standpoint, where that's where the GM Sam Presti specifies that Sam Presti only care about basketball. He don't care about optics. He don't care about the other stuff going around it. He wants to build the best product of it possible, and he's trying to build a modern basketball team. And if you notice, all his guys are the starters. They're big guards, big wings, and they're all skilled. Right. He's not trying to tie up the game with a ball dominant 6-foot point guard that can't play defense.
I think you're missing the acquisition point. The reason why you acquired Trae Young is not to keep him.
Fans?
No.
To move him.
Not to keep him long term. You get him on the cheap, like maybe some 3 or 4 protected picks, right?
Build up his value.
Let him win. Let him, him and Shea be the most hyped backcourt around, right? And then flip him to someone else for a king's ransom.
What you do with Giddey?
That's the thing. Like Giddey's supposed to be the playmaker on that team. Like he's developing into that.
I'm gonna tell you, Giddey is that dude for me.
Yeah, I like Giddey. I like Giddey.
I like Giddey.
Shout out to CG Live, because CG Live was the first person I ever heard call that guy name.
Yep.
And I wasn't high on him at first. I thought it was hype, but when I seen him play, his IQ and feel for the game is surreal.
He just don't have touch. His touch is.
Yeah, that come with time though. But like,
he ever gets a shot, it's over.
Right. I'm just saying the Trae Young thing. I think is fascinating in that OKC has the picks to spare, right? To take a long-term gamble on a guy.
Well, they got over 20-something picks.
Yeah. So they
got to be. Guess who else?
Pelicans got a lot of picks, and Utah's got a lot of picks.
He would fit nice with Utah.
Yeah. Guess who else has a lot of picks?
Well, it is cold. You want to be ice Trae? It's cold up there.
Yeah.
Man, and they didn't even play a single minute of Chet Holmgren, and that boy is a baller. He's a dog.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to seeing Jimmy Butler giving Trae Young a spanking.
Right. And if they do, I think that expedites the process.
But I'm gonna tell you this. And
it's the 7-8 game, so they're gonna play another one after that. I don't know. Hold on, I gotta check.
No, it's got to be. I'm sorry.
If Miami don't win this play-in, it's gonna be big changes down there in Heatland.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm also rooting for the Timberwolves against the Lakers.
I'm gonna say
Rudy Gobert is out.
Rudy Gobert messed that up.
Who cares?
And Carl Towns is listed as questionable for calf strain, so they're punting that game.
But that punch he did the other night, that was a wrap.
Yeah.
But Carl might
after that.
I think what's funny. I think that Rudy Gobert trade is worse than the Nets and Celtics trade.
I agree.
Man, the Timberwolves took their own poison pill.
Yeah.
That messed up the whole trade market.
Yeah.
That trade.
Yeah.
Like I said, that was the Herschel Walker trade of the
NBA. They drafted someone. They traded a pick and they drafted someone that has the same impact as Rudy Gobert with 4 more picks to go on top of that.
Right. Yeah.
It was a dumb trade for both sides when I think about it.
They drafted.
No. It was a great trade for Utah.
Oh yeah. For Utah it was great, but
Yeah.
for
It was a dumb
Minnesota,
trade. Dumb trade.
It was a dumb trade for Minnesota. I don't know what they thought they was creating down there,
Right.
but that was a dumb trade for them.
Bro, they traded Gobert and drafted Gobert again.
Right.
A Gobert that can shoot threes, by the way. He can shoot.
Yeah.
That's what this is.
That was weird. And that's one of the things that we could probably talk about, man. Like, as this week eases along, man. But so tomorrow is the 8th, is what the 7-10 matchup it should be?
7-8.
7-8 play each other? When does
and
9
9
and 10
and 10
play?
play each other?
Yeah, it's always like that. 7-8 plays
7-8
each other, and the
9 and 10.
loser of that plays the winner of 9 and 10.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then the loser of that has a home game against the winner of 9 and 10.
Yeah, that's weird. Yeah.
So 7-8. So the game is going to be in Miami against Atlanta.
Right.
Miami
Hypothetically,
better not lose that game, man. But I can see it happening.
hypothetically, if Atlanta loses, they get a home game against either the Raptors or the Bulls.
I'm gonna tell you like this. I think DeJounte Murray is gonna have a field day with Atlanta. I mean with Miami. He's gonna have a field day. He's the key.
Well,
He's got to, because he's got to, because outside of that, the rest of that team got a history of getting punked by Miami. So
yeah.
But I still don't understand how in the world they let Kevin Herter get out the door, man.
They pushed him out the door.
to save money.
Yeah, they traded him. They traded.
Yeah.
That was stupid. They traded Red Velvet.
And then they re-signed Bogdanovich.
And Kevin Herter games reminds me a lot of like a J.J. Redick, Ray Allen type. Constantly in motion. You gotta, man, to guard them kind of dudes like that, man, you're gonna have to expend so much energy. The pressure that's gonna put on the defense.
But the thing is, you gotta actually put him in motion. Atlanta was not doing that. They was just, hey, look, sit in the corner, let Trae do everything.
And then the boy can get his own shot. Then the dude can get he's nice.
Right.
He can get his own shot.
Right.
He's part of the reason why they get, like, the Sacramento Kings have the highest offensive net rating ever.
And truth be told, he had a large to do with the reason why they sent us home in that series against Atlanta. We didn't have no answer for her.
He had a lot of the reason why they sent home the Sixers. He was on fire that series.
Yeah.
Oh, that game 7?
Oh my God.
And he made
That game 7, he was looking like Larry Bird out there.
And you know what? I think that might have been part of Trae Young's discontent too. Because imagine if they could have kept that boy.
They kept DeAndre Hunter. Yo, Ron. I know you hard on RJ, but you know people were saying DeAndre Hunter better than RJ. If you had DeAndre Hunter, you would lose your damn mind.
You'd be,
Man, I'm gonna tell you, DeAndre Hunter get on my nerves. You know why? Because when I look at him, just looking at it,
he got all the
he's
tools.
better than what he is.
He got all the tools.
Yeah, all the tools.
Athleticism.
Like you know, we used to use a phrase called "big for nothing." That's it.
Well, along with that, he's always injured. He's often injured. That cat there, man, he's street clothes part 3.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, man. But hey, fellas, man. Hey, it was nice to chop it up with y'all.
All right, Ron Cleveland.
Hey.
All right, Ron.
Subscribe to the channel, man. And hey, RJ Barrett, man. Let me get back to singing "Old Canada," man. I got on my Canada hoodie, man, from when I came to your city. You know what I mean? Y'all see it on me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I want you to turn up, man. I'm looking for a long playoffs. I ain't trying to go fishing with Charles Barkley.
No.
Come on. 1, 2,